For real. You know what I'm saying? At least if nobody else, this in Disney, Mickey Mouse will be up there now. Those are secondary Disney characters. Those are secondary. I want to see it. If I go to now Donald, I'll give Donald a pack of Donald Duck. That's my dude. You know what I'm saying? So you if you go to Disney World, it's almost like mandatory that you should be able to see Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Those like the one and two. If not both of them, then definitely Mickey Mouse. You know what I'm saying? What time y'all got there, GDR? Like, what time of the day did y'all go? Right, right. They might don't change the game up then. Somebody in the chat town don't trust Mickey. What would have been messed up, Gideon, is if you would have went to Disney World and everybody thought you were just out there to have a good time. You mess around and lock up one of the Disney characters for being one of your predators. That would have been messed up right there. That would have been bad. Okay. Let me make sure y'all can see me on my camera so we can jump into this thing. Be rolling. Mm-hmm. Y'all finna learn something today, especially the sisters. Well, I ain't gonna say that. Men is gonna learn a lot too. The men gonna learn a lot too. But y'all about to learn something today. I hope don't nobody get in their feelings, but it is what it is. I don't be trying to hurt nobody. I just try to tell the truth. If you want the truth to start hurting, start practicing it. That's how you make the truth stop hurting. That's how you do it, Kevin J. You want to start hurting it? Start hurting, start practicing it. It won't hurt you no more.
Right. Boom.
Right now. That's the secret right now. No, they ain't that hurt. Yeah, well, stop doing that. You'll be all right. Right? Let me see if y'all can see me on camera. Okay, can I be seen? Can I be seen,
Yep.
y'all?
We got you.
Am I visual? Am I visualized? Gideon said he good to go.
Yep.
Okay, let me put my paperweight here. Appreciate that. Okay, everybody on Clubhouse, cause y'all hear Gideon and Kevin J, okay? And myself? Okay. Oh man, I ain't trying to put nobody on the spot, but shout out to my guy Victor Parado. Parado, the CEO, Victor Parado. Parado. I ain't trying to put him on the spot. I just ain't seen him in a while. He probably been here. I just didn't see him. But I got to give him a shout out, man. CEO, Victor Prado. Got to put that CEO on the front. It just matches. Is the video ready now? The latest, the latest one. I mean, no, I'm talking about the latest video you did. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be sure to check that out. You know what I mean? Okay, y'all, here we go. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another edition of The Absolute Truth. This is the Bible study that focuses on the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth concerning the Word of God, while leaving out all personal opinions, speculations, and beliefs. I'm Brother Joshua, and today reading for me is one of my all-time favorite readers. He is an absolute Bible truth university graduate, as you can see from his thumbnail. That means that he is also a certified teacher, which means he can do a Sabbath study or a Bible study. He's certified and qualified to do it, just like I am. This is Kevin 9069213 pi squared r 3.14. Go ahead, Kevin J.
Shabbat, Shabbat Shalom to the whole ABT family. Thank you once again to everybody on the stage, Gideon, Adrian. Thank you also for allowing me to help you get this word out. Again, prayers to Brother Jeff too. Hope he feels better soon. And again, thanks for allowing me to be up here. And man, from the title, I'm gonna have to put my seatbelt on. Not sure where you're going, brother.
Praise God, praise God. And yes, special prayer for brother Jeff, not feeling too good today. I don't think it's anything serious. But we always want to pray when one of our brothers or sisters are not feeling too well. So I just put that out there so y'all can make sure that you pray for him as well. Right. And yes, we appreciate you reading for us today, Kevin J. And any and all input that you may have. And based on this one, you will have some things to say. And also joining us is one of my new elitist mods. This is brother Adrian. He doesn't say much on the mic, but he's here. So y'all make sure y'all give him a shout out. I handpicked him specifically because I like his energy and I like the fact that he has a no nonsense attitude when it comes to the trolls. He just don't play. So I'm saying all of that to y'all to let y'all know in the chat that if he gets you, he got you. I'm just letting you know that. And speaking of which, by that, I simply mean that this is our Sabbath study. This is a sermon. What that means for you in the listening audience is if you have any questions or comments, just say them until the study is over. Once the study is over, just simply raise your hand. We'll bring you up where you can ask any question or make any comment you want, provided you are respectful. And this respect goes back to how you're behaving in the chat. Don't be in the chat posting scriptures or wondering why I can't post scripture. What's wrong with me posting scripture? There's nothing wrong in of itself of you posting scripture, but you don't go to a Bible study. You don't go to a church sermon while the preacher is preaching and start blurting out scripture. Nobody does that. I keep telling y'all, just because you're on the internet doesn't mean you get to lack etiquette. That's what y'all think. Oh, we're on the internet. We just be rude and disorderly and do whatever. No, you don't do it in real life. Don't do it here. Nobody does that in church service. The preacher is preaching, and Jesus rose on the third day. 1 Corinthians 5:1. Nobody does that, right? But that's what y'all do, right? So now that y'all know, if you get muted or whatever, that's back on you, right? And just so Gideon, Adrian needs to get modded back up because he lost his mod status for some reason. I don't really want to go into it, but he needs to put the mod status back on so we can actually do more than monitor, but also mute and everything else. So if you get a chance, Gideon, at your leisure, take care of that for me, please. So we don't see Ortega today. So I'm gonna need somebody to be able to share some stuff on the screen today. So is there anybody, Gideon, that's available that I can bring up that can share their screen? Raise your hand if you've done it before. I think since Ortega's not here, he got his first knockout, his first loss. He got his first loss. Adrian, are you able to share your screen? Kevin J, were you able to share your screen? Because I got some information I'm going to be going to, and I want somebody to be able to share the screen.
Give me 1 second. I am working on it now. It should be right now. I shared it before. Yeah, I'll be struggling old man style sometime. Give me a second. Let's see. See if you can. Let me know if you can see that, Josh.
Let me see.
Go live. Let's see.
I see it trying to Yep, you can share your screen. So when I send you the information in the chat, just go to the link and just share the screen, okay?
Okay, I got you.
All right. So now that we got that little bit out the way, let's get to the class. The title of today's class is Husband Means Working Man. That's right, you heard correctly. Today's class is titled Husband Means Working Man. And I wanted to do this particular class because, a couple of weeks ago, I did a class about the woman being created by God to be the protector of man. And, a couple of trolls came in and they scoffed at the title because, that's what we do. When we hear something for the first time or something that goes against what we've been taught, we laugh and we mock and we scoff. That's what we do, right? Instead of just saying, yo, I need to stick around and maybe hear this out, right? And we proved with several scriptures that is indeed the case. And see, I like to do a lot of classes dealing with relationships and marriage because marriage is the backbone of society. Every society. No society is exempt from this. So I try to let people know, especially, my young lit crew, Lions in Training. I try to let people know that there are certain things that we're supposed to be doing from a biblical perspective. There are certain roles we're supposed to play. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that when God created man, he created him to work. People think that God didn't put work on man until man sinned. That is not true, and I'm going to show you that. But most importantly, when this class says husband means working man, that's not a euphemism. That's not something that the scriptures imply. It literally means that. In fact, I'm going to show you that the word man means or is related to working. The word man itself, the Hebrew word for man, right? So, what that simply means, sisters and brothers, is that if you claim to be a man and you ain't got no job, man, y'all know how Martin say about Tommy, you ain't no job, man. If you don't have a job,
I love
then
that.
according to the Bible, you're not really a man. According to the Bible, you can't be a husband. And see, a lot of these sisters out here, they fall in love with these guys and they have no job. See, back in the old days, when a woman wanted to get married, now when I say the old days, I don't mean the very old days, because it wasn't even on courting back in the very old days. But in the old days, when a woman wanted to get married, if she was interested in a young man, what the young man would do is he would come to the girl's father and ask for her hand in marriage. And after he did that, the father would literally interview this guy. What do you think the first question he asked the guy was, Kevin J? What do you think the first question he asked?
Can you take care of my daughter?
Close, close,
Do you have a
very
job?
close. Do you got a job? Because that's related to it. Do you have a job? What do you do for a living? Right?
Yeah.
That's the first thing they ask you. What do you do for a living? Right? And see, nowadays, the fathers are not really doing their jobs. The fathers are not vetting the young men that these girls are interested in, nor are these girls interested in bringing young men to their fathers. You know why? Because a lot of y'all know your father's not going to approve. That's the real reason why a lot of y'all don't want this man to meet your father, because you know your father is not going to approve. Now, why would you think your father wouldn't approve? Either you think your father is just crazy, or you know he's going to see something that you don't want to accept. So, what generally happens is these young ladies will go and they will fall in love and they will get married, and they're not even investigating the guy to see if he can provide, if he has a job. Now, there's a difference between looking for a provider and looking for somebody just solely based off of money. I want y'all to understand that, because a lot of modern women today, they looking for a guy making no less than 6 figures. That's their attitude. Oh, he got to make 6 figures. And they got some nerve, because a lot of them come with 3 and 4 babies already, and they want a man making 6 figures. It doesn't work like that. Right? Provider means he can take care of the family with little to no help from his wife. That's what provider means. Little to no help. That's what it means. How can you say it means that, Josh? Because that's how they did it when it first got set up. And when I say little to no help, I mean the finances, the income. I'm not saying little to no help, period, because I don't want any women walking away from, oh, he said the wife ain't got to do little to nothing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about from the income perspective. A man is supposed to be able to handle all of that and some kids. And it's gotten so bad today, y'all, that a lot of these young girls don't even care if the guy even has a job. They go, well, Dad, he doesn't have a job, but he's going to be great one day. One of the things I always say is date potential, but marry progress. See, there's a difference. You date potential, but you marry progress. A lot of y'all marry potential. I think he's going to be great, so I'm going to marry him. No. You're supposed to marry progress, meaning he's actually doing something or has accomplished something, right? But according to the Bible, if this guy does not have a job, if he does not work, he is not a husband. Now, let me ask you a simple yet deep question, Kevin J. If a man is not a husband, can he be a woman's husband?
If a man is not a husband,
If he's not a husband, can he be a woman's husband?
yeah, I would. Well, I mean, no. If he's a husband to somebody else, he can't.
No, I mean, if he's not a husband, see, that's why I say it's a simple yet deep question, because it's kind of a trick question. Let me ask it a little better. Because what I'm really asking you is, if a man is not husband material,
Gotcha.
can he be a husband? Or should he be a
No,
husband?
no, he should not be. No.
Right. Now, I add that word material in there, but I'm going to show you in the Bible that husband is a title describing something you're supposed to be doing.
Okay.
It doesn't just mean the male in the marriage. It's a description of something you're supposed to be doing. And it means working man. That's what it always meant. Right? That's what it always meant. And a lot of y'all sisters are marrying husbands who are not husbands. Now, do you get it, Kevin J?
No, I got you. Yep, I got you.
And that's the problem, and any man who has a problem with that, you're not a man, because I'm going to show you that man means working man. See, the word man in itself, you hear people say, man, you ain't even got no job. You're not even a man. No, that doesn't define me. Actually, according to the Hebrew, it does. Like the word work is embedded in our very being as men.
Yep.
It is.
Should be.
Yeah, and it is. Like it's part of who you are. And you got these guys walking around here with no job, no direction, and yet they're impregnating young girls.
Yep.
They're impregnating women, and they don't want anybody to say anything to them. Like when I was talking to Jay Yogi doing Q&A a couple of weeks ago, which, by the way, he hit me up later and apologized. He did, and said that, what you and brother Big Moshe was telling me was the truth. See, when I get on people's case, I'm not trying to embarrass you. Because one thing we was talking about was him having a job. And I roasted him real hard. I do not try to downplay it. I roasted him real hard. Y'all heard it if you were there. Because if you're not trying to have a job as a man, if you have no direction, because we're gonna get deep. I'm telling y'all, we're gonna get real deep into this. Some of this stuff y'all ain't even gonna believe in the Bible. Y'all like, man, this been here the whole time? Yes, y'all know how we do it, right? And what I do is also a part of that as a preacher, as a pastor, as a minister. This is my job. So I have to be a man among men. We're going to look at that a little bit too, but that's just a little bit because that's not really what this point of this class is. So again, husband means working man, and we're going to see that, and we're going to go straight to the beginning. Let's go to Genesis chapter 2. We're going to go to Genesis chapter 2 and verse 7. Because I want y'all to see this. And some of y'all sisters, y'all dads are not telling y'all this stuff. And that's cool, because if daddy won't tell you, Uncle Josh will. And I say uncle to like the younger sisters, to the older sisters around my age, I'm Brother Josh, but y'all know what I mean.
Oh, boy.
I'll tell you. Because a lot of us as parents, we're just not doing our jobs. We're just not. See, I have a real big blame the parents mentality. To a point.
To a
right?
degree.
To a degree. Right? I'm not blaming your parent. I'm not blaming the parent if the kid is like 23, 25. I ain't blaming them for that, but 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, kind of pushing it. But after that, that's just me. But the reason why I'm giving y'all those particular ranges is because a lot of kids are still living with their parents around that age. That's why I don't blame the parents. Once you get out there by yourself, that's all you. You follow what I'm saying? But I have a real blame the parents mentality, for how a lot of these children are turning out. And a lot of these fathers are failing their daughters. And the reason why a lot of these fathers are failing their daughters is because there's no fathers in the house. And the mothers, they have no clue. I'm just telling y'all the truth. These single mothers have no clue on how to vet husbands for their daughters. How do I know that? Because they ain't got no husbands. I'm just keeping it real. How can your mother vet a boy that your daughter brings home and know if he's husband material when the mother don't even know what's husband material? She's never even been married. Ooh, ouch. I know that hurt. That's okay. That's okay. What I say earlier, the truth, if you want the truth to start hurting, start practicing it. Start accepting it, start believing it won't hurt no more. You might hurt, oh man, that applies to me. But I ain't gonna do that anymore, so I'm good. It don't hurt no more. So this is Genesis chapter 2. And that's all you gotta look at it like. It's okay if it hurts at first. I get it. I'm not gonna tell you, it can't hurt at first. That's natural, right? But once you know it's true, it's supposed to, pain supposed to, alleviate. Supposed to be good, right? Genesis 2, verse 7. Read that one verse.
This is Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
Now, this is talking about Adam. It says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. What we're going to do is go to the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, and we're going to look up the word translated ground in this verse. And it's 127 in the Hebrew section. The word translated ground in this verse. And it's going to sound like a very familiar name because it's obvious. We're going to look up the word translated ground. Strong's Exhaustive Concordance. As you can see, Kevin J is going online to the Blue Letter Bible. It's also available on the Blue Letter Bible. And we're going to look up the word translated ground. And it's 127 in the Hebrew section. Go all the way up to the top, Kevin J. That's how you read it on Blue Letter. All the way to the top. Further up, there you go. Keep going all the way to
Yeah,
the top.
yeah. My system keep pausing on me when I come out. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
There you
Okay.
go. And scroll down a little bit so they can see the definition and stuff. And the Hebrew word is Adamah.
There we go.
Adamah. Now, what name does that sound like, Kevin J? Adamah.
Adam. Adam.
Adam. Because that's where the name Adam comes from, which we're going to see. But look what it means. It says from Hebrew 119, that means that's the root word of Adamah. And it says it means soil from its general redness. So the name or word Adamah is associated with the color red because of red dirt, red soil. But look what else it means. Country. So that word can be used to describe a country. Earth. It can also be used to describe earth, like as in dirt or soil. Ground, as it's translated in the King James Version. But look at this next word. Husbandman or husbandry.
Mm-hmm.
Land. Notice that this word that is translated ground, which man comes from, can also mean husbandman or husbandry. Now, does anybody know what husbandman means or husbandry? We're going to look that up later. But I want y'all to see that this word, Adamah, just the word. Yes, yes, he mentions it related, not specifically, but related. Yes, it does. Correct, Gideon. But did y'all catch that the word for ground, the Hebrew word, Adamah, just the word for ground, can also be translated husbandman or husbandry? Did everybody in the chat catch that? Did everybody catch that? Before we move on, I want to make sure everybody's with me on this. Good. And that's where man, Adam, was formed from. Woman was not formed from the ground. Woman was formed from man. Remember the rib?
Yep.
Right? So this is referring to us. And the Hebrew word for ground that we come from can also be translated husband or husbandry. So let's move on. Get some of this water in me. Now let's look at the word translated man in this verse. Kevin J. Same verse. And it's 120 in the Hebrew section of the Strong's Exalted Concordance. So I want y'all to understand, man comes from something that literally means husbandman or husbandry. Now, unless you're just blind or can't read, y'all can see it in the name. Husbandman,
Very clear.
husbandry, right? Why is there a word in the English language that is husbandman? Like, okay, he's either, we don't talk like that today. Women don't talk like that. Women say, oh, that's my man. Or she'll say, that's my husband. But she ain't gonna never say,
Right.
that's my husband man.
No.
Why is that even a compound word that became a single word? Oh, I'm gonna show y'all. It's in our very makeup, where we
Mm.
come from. We were created to work and provide. The word itself, man, comes from a root word that means working. That's where you come from. And that's what that husband part relates to. But now we're looking at the word translated ground, 120 in the Hebrew section. And I'm gonna show y'all, y'all will be telling y'all children this too. And the Hebrew word is Adam. That's Adam, Adam. Look what it says from Hebrew 119. And that means ruddy, that is a human being, an individual or the species, mankind, and so on and so forth. But it can refer to the individual or the species. In Genesis 2 and 7, it's talking about the individual because this is talking about what God did with Adam, the individual. Now, but did you notice, Kevin J, that it says the Hebrew word translated man is from Hebrew 119? Didn't it say that?
Yep.
And the Hebrew word translated ground, Adamah, is also from Hebrew 119. Did you
Yep.
notice that?
Yep.
If they share roots, sisters and brothers, that means they share meaning. That's what that means. And when we looked up ground, one of the meanings for Adamah meant husbandman or husbandry. So a man is supposed to work. And that relates to him being a husband. We're going to break it all the way down. That's why I said husband means working man. And y'all out here marrying dudes that ain't even got a job or barely got a job. Oh, what do you do for a living? Well, I work part-time. My mom. I'm not knocking McDonald's. This is not a job, Shane. I don't care what your job is. The question is, can you provide? That's the question. Because I know guys who work at McDonald's, managers, they can provide. Did y'all know that some Walmart able of husband on any and every man y'all want, and they're not husband material because they're not working men. So if you are married right now and you ain't got no job because you just lazy, I'm not saying if something happens to you or if the economy's bad and you lose your job, that can happen to anybody. I'm talking about within your control, right? And you just not working, then technically you're not a husband or a man to your wife. You're not. I don't know what you are, but you're not a man and you're not a husband. And a lot of brothers get upset because women will get mad and they will leave them because they don't have a job. Not because they lost their job under bad circumstances, because they just sitting around the house and now the woman want to leave. A woman don't supposed to divorce her husband unless he cheat, correct? But you're not exactly a husband now, are you? That still don't give her an excuse to leave, but I'm just showing y'all why she wants to leave, because she don't feel like she got a man anymore. This is in her nature. So now you're getting mad at a woman for being in her nature. Her nature is, I want a man. And man means more than male, more than XY chromosomes, more than penis, more than testicles, more than testosterone. Man means somebody who works and provides either for himself or for himself and his family. And if you're not doing that, you're not a man and you're not a husband. I don't know what to call you. I mean, I know what to call you, but I can't say that in front of everybody.
Oh.
Do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? So I wanted to show y'all that the name, the Hebrew word for man, Adam, comes from the same root as the Hebrew word for ground, which can also be translated as husbandmen or husbandry. But now let's continue. Let's go to Genesis, still in Genesis chapter 2. Read verse 8, and then we're going to skip. Go ahead and
Give
read.
me 1 second. It's like a little timing when I'm
Delay or
sharing. Give me
whatever.
1 second. Yeah, it's like a little delay. You said, okay, we go on verse 8?
Yep.
Okay. This is Genesis 2 and verse 8. It says, and the
Mhm.
Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed.
So it said, and the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man, talking about Adam, the first man, where whom he had formed. Now let's see what he did with him after that. Skip down and read just verse 15. Read that.
This is Genesis chapter 2 and 15. And it reads, and the Lord God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it.
Do you know what the word dress means in this verse, Kevin J?
It's like cultivate, like,
Uh, yes,
charge,
I'll
like,
accept that. But yeah. But you know what it is in the Hebrew? You gave the specifics because you know what he's dealing with. But there's a umbrella term in the Hebrew, and it just simply means work.
okay.
Is this before or after Adam sinned?
This is before.
So God created man to work before man sinned.
Correct.
Why am I pointing this out? Because there's a common misconception in Christianity that we didn't have to do work until we sinned. No. And let me prove to you that this is what this means. We're going to go again. This is Genesis chapter 2, verse 8, and we're going to look at the word translated, 15. And we're going to look at the word translated dress here. And it's 56:47 in the Hebrew, just so y'all can see this. It's an umbrella word, Kevin J.
Okay.
The word you gave is also correct, but it can only pertain to a specific type of work. Because you can't cultivate some sheet metal.
Got you.
You follow what I'm saying?
I got you.
So yes, you are correct because you know that's what you'd have to do if you're dealing with a garden, right? Here's the word for dress, 56:47 in the Hebrew section of the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, and the word is abad, abad, and it says a primitive root. That means that's as far down as you can break it down, and it means to work in any sense. And you can just read the rest of it, and it gives you specifics. But notice that one of the words in there, Kevin J, is husbandman. Did you see that in
Yep.
the definition?
Right back execute. Correct.
So you can also translate this, right? To say, and the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to be a husbandman and to keep it. Can we correctly translate it as that?
That's the context. Yep. That I
That's the
can see.
context.
Yep.
But why is there a word related to work that sounds like husband?
Because you're supposed to work. This is
I mean,
perfect. This is perfect.
we can really stop the class right there, but y'all know I got
Yeah,
so much
yeah, you could.
more
Yeah.
for y'all. It's right there in the name.
Hmm.
That's what it pertains to. We're gonna look up what it means. We're gonna break this all the way down. And you got men who try to justify not working.
Wow.
You're going against your nature. Don't you know not wanting to work as a man is the same as being a homosexual? You know why? Because both goes against your nature.
Mm. Amen.
Both goes against your nature. This is not an insult.
Amen.
It's part of you being a man. If it's part of being a man is desiring a woman. Is that not part of being a man? Y'all tell me if I'm crazy or not.
Oh, you ain't crazy, brother. Preach.
That's the truth, right?
That's the
That's part
truth.
of being a man. I'm just showing you what's part of being a man. So if part of being a man is desiring a woman and you desire a man instead, you're going against your nature. So if part of being a man is working and you don't want to work, you're going against your nature. In both cases, you're going against your nature. What's the difference?
Come on, somebody.
What's the difference? You're not a man and you're not a husband. Nobody is teaching this. Especially in this modern society in America, we want to confuse and distort roles. We're supposed to be the men. We're supposed to be working. This is not say a woman is going against her nature if she works because she's a help me. Help me means help the man. So if I'm working, how do you help me? You can work too. The Bible never specifies a woman's area of helping a man. It just says help. That's it. But she can't be the help if you're not working. That's like me coming you, Kevin J, and be like, hey man, come help me, come over my house and come help me not put up this satellite on my roof. did you get that, Kevin J? That makes sense to you? You break it up, Kevin J. You good?
Hold on. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Now you're good. You heard what I said? I say, Kevin J, come over to my house and help me not put the satellite on my roof. Can you help me if there's nothing for you to help me do? We can't hear you at all now, Kevin J. You don't went all the way out. So I'm gonna put you in the audience, Kevin J, and I'm gonna bring you back up because that usually fixes it. Make sure you raise your hand, Kevin J. But do everybody see what's going on here? That's part of our nature. That's part of you being a man. That's why if a man loses his job, right, and it wasn't his fault, you as his wife should not be kicking him while he's down because you're making him feel like less than a man. If it wasn't his fault, oh, you got fired, you sorry. No, you're supposed to be encouraging him. But if he's just sorry, you need to tell him he's sorry. You're not out of line, sisters, for doing that. You need to tell him you're not being the man. If he just don't want to work, you need to tell him that. You need to tell your sons that when they get to a working age. You sorry. You don't want to work. You're not a man. You don't want to be a man. Kevin J, say something. Let me see if we can hear you, bro.
Can you hear me?
You're good.
Yeah. The devil, that Satan drop kicked me right off the stage, man. Sorry about that, brother.
Well, I put you off the stage. I don't know if you heard me. I put you off and wanted to bring you back up so it could fix it.
Well, he drop kicked
The
my
devil
internet.
just
That's for sure.
Yeah, the devil just muted you. That's what the devil did.
I'm sorry, man.
Right? Right? But it's all good. But see, as y'all can see, that's part of who we are. Do everybody, before we move on, do everybody in the chat and on Clubhouse on the stage, if you want to come off your mic, do everybody see that the Hebrews understood that being a man is related to working? That's part of who we are. That's what it is. Why is there a word for a husband that literally means work? And I'm gonna show y'all that, and that crossed over into the English language too. It made it into the English language. That means this even a lot of stuff, a lot of information is lost in translation. That doesn't mean that you can't figure out what's what, but it's harder. But this is one of the few things that survive the translation from Hebrew to English. That remained intact. Amazing. Right? And we're going to show you that, right? But let me show you this in the scriptures too. Now, let's go to Genesis chapter 9. And we're going to read one verse, verse 20. We're reading about Noah. And you got these women today, Kevin J, telling they man, you ain't got to work. I'll take care of you. You don't want a man then. You want a boy or you want something else. You want a bomb. I would never let a woman son me like that because that's exactly what she's doing. She's sonning you. You don't want a wife, you want a mother. No, we're supposed to work. I keep telling y'all, man, what kind of guys are we raising, Kevin J? The men. We're raising young what? You got to unmute yourself, Kevin J. Who we raising over here? Y'all tell me in the chat. My prodigies know. What we raising over here?
Lions.
Lions. Also begin with an A, though. Not debaters. We're raising what?
Alphas.
Alphas. We're raising alphas. Beta males need not apply. They need not apply. And you got a guy who don't even want to work. That's a beta. Don't get it twisted. There are beta males that work. I'm not saying that defines beta in of itself, but that's one of the situations that you're dealing with. He don't want to work. He don't want to lead. He don't want to provide. That's a beta. We raising alphas over here. You don't even want to be a man. It's in your nature. And I'm going to show y'all later in this class that you don't supposed to be trying to job shame him because he don't have the most lucrative or most glorifying job. I'm going to show y'all that. Y'all says, I don't want no guy who was a plumber or a sheet welder. He got to be a CEO. He got to be a lawyer. He got to be a doctor. I'm going to show y'all in the Bible that you're supposed to appreciate that because he's still working. He's still maintaining. Y'all got to put some respect on a man that works with his hands. Y'all got to put some respect on that. You know, and Brother Josh works with his hands and with his mind. I'm an intellectual and I'm a laborer. I can do either one. That's what you want to be. But I'm going to show y'all in the scriptures that there's nothing wrong with just being the laborer. Because where y'all lack in intellectualism, I'll make that up for y'all. And I'm going to show y'all why y'all won't be able to do it. Oh, yes, I told you a part of what I do is in this too. So y'all up here saying, oh, I got to be able to study like Brother Josh. I got to be able to know what he knows. But you also got to work, bruh. You got to hold down a full-time job. You can't be Brother Josh and hope, well, you can because I've done it before. I've done it with 2 jobs. But the average person can't do that. The average person can't do what I do and hold down a full-time job. The average. I'm not saying I'm the only one that can do it, but the average person can't do that. Especially if you got kids and a whole wife. But we're in Genesis chapter 9, verse 20, reading about Noah. That one verse. Read that, please, Kevin J.
This is Genesis chapter 9, verses 20. Can you hear me okay?
You're
Can you
good.
hear? Okay, because this Genesis 9 and 20. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard.
Now, what kind of husbandman was he, Kevin J? Like you mentioned the garden part. What was he doing?
He was
Same answer
dressing.
you
He was
gave for the
cultivating.
garden.
Yep, cultivating.
Cultivating. Right.
Yep.
But it said Noah became a husbandman. Now, just looking at the word husbandman, what 2 words do y'all get out of that? Just looking at it. What 2 words do y'all get?
Husband and a man.
Husband and a man. Is that clear? I mean, do
Pretty clear.
everybody see husband and man? Husband and man.
Pretty clear.
Right? Now, why is it that 2 words that pertain to us, when combined together, means working? Why is that? Anybody want to try to take a shot at that? Because that's our nature. Oh, I'm gonna prove it to y'all. Don't worry
This
about it. It
class,
ain't a coincidence.
this class been over about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. You know, the 2 words you put together, even by themselves. I'm just showing you when you put them together, but even individually, when we looked in the Hebrew, they showed y'all that. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Well, mainly it's for two reasons. One of two reasons. It's either because the husband feels insecure in his manhood because the woman makes more money, right? Or the woman makes more money and she thinks that gives her more rank. It's one of those two reasons. Or it could be both. But we all know that more money does not mean you're necessarily working harder. Y'all know that, right? Or even working at all, especially over in America. You got women over here that get on welfare and they bring in more money on welfare doing zero work than a man gets just going out and busting his back.
Talk about it. That's true.
So it ain't got nothing to do with how much. It has something to do with how much you're making being enough to provide. And a lot of women today, they're either not looking for providers at all, or they're looking for men that's going to overcompensate them financially.
Mm,
In other words, they're very materialistic.
right.
So you're supposed to look for a provider. Can he keep the bills paid legally? Y'all got to focus on that word legally,
Right.
right? Can he keep the bills paid? Can he raise a family? Can he do that with little to no help from me? And I know times get tough and sometimes women got to step up and do extra, but that's your job too. You know, protecting is not always easy. Y'all do know that when you protect something, it's not always easy. So if your husband fall on hard times, that means you got to protect them harder. Meaning you might have to work a few more hours or get a higher paying job. But the standard is man is supposed to work. That's part of your nature. That's why one of the words for work when you are two words that both refer to man, husband and man. Well, let me show you another example of this, and then we're gonna start getting even deeper with this. Let's go to Second Chronicles chapter 26. And by the way, that word translated husbandman, Kevin J, is the same word translated ground. When it
Wow.
says Adam was from the dust of the ground in Genesis
Dust
2
on the
and 7,
ground.
that's the same
Yep.
Hebrew, that's the same Hebrew word.
Wow.
So is this saying that so that means that verse can be translated and Noah became the ground.
The earth. Yep.
That don't make sense though. Why is there a Hebrew word for ground that means the same thing for working? What does it mean when it says, and Noah became the ground? Because man came out of the ground, and that's part of him being a man, working. That's what that's about. That's in the Hebrew word. And that same Hebrew word is going to be used here. That's that Adamah.
Adama.
Same Hebrew word going to be used here. This Second Chronicles 26. And y'all sisters out here vetting men who ain't even got no job. You considering him to be a husband. How? He's going against his nature. You might well go vet a homosexual. You might well go do that. I'm just saying. Both are going against their nature. It's not our nature to not work. Some kind of income, some kind of paycheck. And y'all go out here and y'all get babies by these deadbeats. And you know they're deadbeats. Now they got a job. Well, he bringing in money out. He's selling drugs. That's not a husband. And that's a 2-in-1 too. Because he's not a husband because he's not really working. And he's not a husband because that ain't a good husband. Somebody selling drugs. Your fathers are supposed to have been telling you this. Y'all don't know how to vet men. Or you overcompensate. Oh, he got to be making six figures. That's not a provider. You want to hit the lottery.
Mm.
If a man is making $45,000 to $60,000 a year, that's a good man. That's good financially speaking. Do the math. 45,000 to 60,000 a year. That's a good man. Especially if he ain't got no kids and he's in the word and he's faithful.
Preach.
That's a good man.
Yes, sir.
But a lot of these modern women will be like, and I see this, and I don't just watch it on Kevin Samuels. It's a lot of podcasts, a lot of them, where these women will come on there. Oh, he got to be making at least six figures. And the crazy thing about it is, they will literally starve themselves to the point of menopause, holding out for that six-figure man.
Oh,
They will starve themselves. Oh, I ain't selling for nothing less than that. Now you don't got to the point where a six-figure man ain't even gonna be looking in your direction because you can't even give him
right.
no kids, and you're old. See, a lot of things that women don't understand is the Lord sent you your husband a long time ago. You just rejected him.
Oh,
See, we don't understand that. He sent you your husband. Sometimes, for some of y'all, he sent your husband a few times,
mm.
and you rejected him because you're not looking at a provider. You want somebody to sponsor you. Do y'all understand the difference? You want somebody to sponsor you. You want somebody to take care of you completely, and you do nothing. You're materialistic. And now, I'm gonna wait on the Lord to send me a man. He already did. You didn't want him. He wasn't good enough for you, even though he met God's criteria. Y'all understand? Oh, we getting into this. Kevin J, we getting into this. Y'all know how I am. Y'all ain't gonna hear this anywhere else. You just not. So I'm gonna give it to you. And if you got a man who's in the word and he's making 80,000 to over six figures, right? And he's in the word, and you let that go, it's only one
Wow.
thing Brother Josh can say to you. Girl, you stupid.
Slap yourself.
Girl, you stupid. I'll let y'all know right now, it's not all about money, but I'm saying if you got a guy who making six figures or rich, and he got it through hard work too, like this ain't no illegal stuff, all legal. And he's totally into you, and he's in the word, you better be praying, giving thanks. Like, thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Ooh, ooh. I'm blessed and highly favored. You better not ever take that for granted. Don't y'all ever do that. Don't let that man get to talking to Brother Josh. And he come complaining about you. I'm like, bro, do you know how many options you got? A lot of women don't like Brother Josh talking to their husbands because I let them see what's actually available for them. If you are a single mother and a man come in your life and he's faithful and he's in the word and he make average amount of money, that's a blessing right there. Because he don't care about your kids. He like, yo, I'll take them too. Don't you look down on that? That's a husband man. You follow what I'm saying? That's a blessing. And he's faithful and he want to do what his word say. You got sisters, they'll pass that right up. And they'll just hold out and hold out and hold out. And you wondering why you in your mid to late 40s and you saying, I can't find a husband. First of all, you don't supposed to be looking for one. He's supposed to be looking for you. The Bible says, whosoever find of a wife find of a good thing. I ain't never heard no scripture that say, whoso find of a husband find of a good thing.
It ain't in there.
It ain't in there. He's supposed to be looking for you. So if he's looking for you and he can't find you, whose fault is that? You're not making yourself available to be found. You hiding in the woods. You follow what I'm saying? You got to make yourself easy to be found, sisters. And then once he finds you, you got to give him a reason why he should be a husband man for you. Why should he work for you? Oh, we're gonna talk about go-getters. I'm just all this class. This is relationship advice, marriage advice, scripture, psychology. I'm giving it all to y'all today. Y'all been good to me. Y'all deserve it. Y'all been looking out. I mean, y'all been showing up. Y'all been donating like crazy. Y'all deserve it. I said, you know what, man? I'm gonna give it all to them in one class. And still got other stuff in other classes. You follow what I'm saying? Still got stuff in other classes. But nobody's talking about this. Nobody's connecting the dots. Nobody's asking, why is the word husband and man, when you put them together, it means somebody who works. But you don't see a husband and a man as somebody who won't have a job. That's crazy to me, Canada Jane. Right? Husband plus man equals working man.
Right.
That's what it means. I don't want to hear anything different. That's why y'all don't be want to bring these young girls today. They don't want to bring Pookie to meet daddy.
Not Pookie.
They don't want Ray Ray to come meet daddy. A lot of y'all young girls today, y'all better be glad Josh ain't your daddy. I interview dudes. I be asking all kinds of questions. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? And you better not say prison. How do you plan on providing for my daughter? Sir, we just met. We only been dating a month. So why are you dating her then? See, you're supposed to be dating with intention. That's another thing, sisters and brothers. Y'all don't date with intention. As Christians, we're supposed to date with intention, and that intention is supposed to be marriage.
Preach.
If marriage ain't the goal, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? For real. If we're Christians, now, if you're just out in this world and you just sleeping around, that's your business. But if we claim to be Christians, any man, young man, your daughter brings home to you, you need to be asking him future questions. You need to get in your prophet bag. You know, prophecy about the future. You need to be like, what's going to happen in the next 5 years with you and my daughter? You need to become a straight up prophet. Hey, sir, you ask a lot of questions about the future. Yeah, because you with my daughter. What plans do you have for my daughter? Sir, we're just dating. Why are you dating her? You just want to smash? I straight up ask dudes that. It's like I told y'all. You just want to smash, don't you? I laugh. You just want to smash, don't you? I got more respect for if you just tell me that. You follow what I'm saying?
Hey, Josh.
We need to tell them the truth. Go ahead, Kevin J.
Hey, you remember Bad Boys when Reggie came to visit the first time?
Oh, yeah.
Bad Boys? Hey,
yeah, that's how you both. You know, that was exaggerated, but it showed that Martin was vetting this dude.
Right, exactly.
And he ended up marrying Martin's daughter.
Yep, sure did.
I have to joke. Matter of fact, I have to joke with Kevin J about that. About when his daughter gets to the age. That's how me and him gonna be vetting the dude. We did that a long time ago. Not Kevin J, but Kevin does. We're gonna be just like that. Same thing with Ariel. Ariel ain't got nothing but girls. The second one of them get the dating age, bring Uncle Josh over. Hey, girl, your uncle crazy. but if he stick around after that, he really want to marry. He really want to marry you.
Right.
If y'all can get him past Uncle Josh, that dude in love. You know what I'm saying? That dude is in love, and you get him past me. And I see through the bull. I ask for grades, transcripts, all that stuff, background. And I'll go talk to your teacher. Think I won't if they in high school. I'll go talk to your teacher. What you think of old Kevin J? Are you his father? Maybe. What kind of student is he? He's dating my daughter. Any teacher worth their salt will at least tell you what kind of student this boy is if you tell them they're dating your daughter. They'll at least tell you that. They ain't gonna bust all their grades and all that stuff. That's none of your business. But they'll at least tell you what type of person he is.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go down to the school. Kevin J go to school the next day. They'll be like, "Your uncle came by to talk to my uncle."
Who?
Who? I got them calling all their uncles, wondering who it was in my crazy behind did.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just say I'm his uncle. I'm telling you, that's how you got to be. We don't vet the children. Our children bring home. We don't. And then we wonder why they got they got baby daddies. They don't got husbands.
Mm.
We don't vet them, right? And if your child is living with you and they're interested in somebody who you don't approve of, and well, I'm gonna get with them anyway, dad, mom, fine. Get out. Go get with him. I don't approve of him. He's a bum. He's a dropout. He doesn't have a job. If you get with this guy, I'm cutting you off financially. That's how they did. That's how they do it over there in the Middle East right now. You want to bet? You want to bet on? You want to bet on a loser? Fine. You want to do that? That's how you do it. If they're a loser, that's what you do. But what do we do? Well, we're just gonna let it see how it plays out. No, you're supposed to vet this dude. Hey man, come over here, man. Come on, come sit down and talk to your boy. Come here, come here, come here. Have a chair. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. And depending on how you answer will determine if I ever see your behind back around here again. Question number one: what intentions do you have with my daughter? That's a setup question right there.
Mm.
If he say anything like, well, I'm just trying to see where I go. Bye. I don't know what my intentions are. Bye. He already letting you know he intend to smash. That's it. That's all these young boys want today. I'm telling y'all, young sisters today, if you between the ages of, and I know it's a little younger than this, but we're just gonna say 15 to like 21, and you're dating a guy, 90% of the time they just want to smash. They're not dating you to try to make you a wife. They're not doing that. They just want sex. And that's okay if you're not a Christian. But we claim to be Christians. That's what we claim. So anybody we hook up with, that's potentially who we plan on being with for the rest of our lives. That's potentially what it's supposed to be. That's why dating is dumb if you're not doing it with intent. And you're not supposed to date multiple guys or multiple women at once. Oh, I'm just dating a bunch of people. How are you going to ever focus on who you want? Focus on one. Bring them to meet your father. If you don't have a father, bring them to meet your brother. I mean, your older brother, if you got an older brother. If you ain't got that, bring them to your mom. Why did I put the older brother over the mom? Because men know how men think.
Men and men. Yes, sir.
Men know how men think. I snitch on the game. Y'all know that. I snitch. I break the bro code 10 times a day. Because the only code I live by is the Bible code. I'll tell you in a minute. And if you ain't got the older brother, and you don't got the mom, or you don't trust the mom, or any other male authoritative figures in your life, bring him to Brother Josh. I'll let you know if he about something. Bring him to your pastor. You breaking up, Kevin J. Now we can't hear you at all. Let me put you down and bring you back. See, the devil don't want Kevin J to put no input in today, y'all. Because he gonna be saying some stuff. Raise your hand and I'll bring you back up. And I'm saying, bring him to me. Let me vet him. And I vet all ages. I don't care if he's 16 or 60. Bring him to me. Let me talk to him. You follow what I'm saying? Like, I need you to meet my brother, this brother Josh. You ain't got to tell him your pals, just tell him your brother. Bring him to me. Let me ask you some questions, young man. What are your intentions with this woman? What are your intentions? Well, I'm dating because I want to marry. I'm looking for a wife. Okay, so far so good. You got a job? Well, I'm between jobs. Well, I'm between decisions on whether you should get with her or not. As long as you between on the fence about a job, I'm on the fence about giving her, the okay to get with you. That's how it's supposed to be. Let me bring KFJ back up. He ain't even got no job. Kevin James, let's see if we can hear you. Say something, sir.
Can you hear me?
You're good.
Man, he on my grass. He is on my grass
Mm-hmm.
today, boy. No, I was only thing I was gonna say was I know a lot of people have issues with like arranged marriages, but I'm gonna tell you, man, the secrecy of these doors, like these women, is a very sacred thing. And what I liked about it was that the fathers were very involved in their daughter. Like if it's arranged,
Mm-hmm.
but all like you said, the vetting and then they're getting like where their father came from. Like you don't just put your daughter to marry anybody. They knew who these people
Exactly.
were, and they knew the father. They say, if your father's a good man, 9 times out of 10, his son's gonna be a good man. That's what I kind of liked about this because I believe that right now the way people are, it's like they've taken the secrecy of that sex, and it's just thrown it out the window. And it's not like that women are
Yep.
worth a lot more than that. And we don't
It
we
is.
don't know that as young people, but as you get older, like man, it's something a lot bigger than just smashing. It's a bigger thing,
Right.
and I like how back in the day, even though I know people snub their nose at arranged marriages, but I do like the vetting. I do like how they went about that process because they knew
Mm-hmm.
that their daughters was a big deal. It's a very sacred thing. That's all I was gonna say.
It is. It is. And a woman's virginity is sacred.
100%.
That's why. That's why you had to pay top dollar for a woman that's a virgin. See, a lot of women today, they think that their body count don't matter.
It
It
does,
does.
man. It does.
Because the closer you are to a virgin, the higher your value is. So the further you get away from virginity, because you
Mm.
only get further and further away from virginity, the more sex you have with different guys. You're getting further and further away. Your body count does matter. It's like a car. By the time I get the car, it got 250,000 miles on it, but you want me to pay for it like it's a brand new car.
Talk to him.
No, no. Y'all ever heard of the car fox? Yo, show me
Yeah.
the car fox.
The
It's actually
Carfax?
Carfax. They say
Yeah,
Carfax, but it's
Carfax.
Carfax. I want to see the Carfax. God dang, this car don't have 10 owners. And you think I'm gonna pay 150,000 for that? I can get a brand new. Don't
Oh.
y'all need to start asking these girls, show me the Carfax. They don't want to show it, that's automatic no.
Oh man.
And it ain't got nothing to do with kids. It ain't got to do nothing with no STDs or nothing like that. Y'all have to understand, and I'm gonna show y'all this in another class. It's different for men and women because you got something called trauma bonds. And women bond with men traumatically when they have sex with them. So the higher her body count, the more her mental is going to be messed up. That's another class. I'm just letting y'all know, y'all ain't going to hear this from the average pastor. Do y'all know why they call them 304s? Why they call them 304s? Somebody tell me in the chat why they call them 304s. I want to see who's smart. Why they call them that? That's right. It's their count. That's their bodies. Y'all think it's just the calculator upside down. No, that's how many bodies they got. And counting. That's what it is. It's about it shouldn't matter. Yes, it does matter. Now, does that mean that they can't recover from that? No, it does not mean that. But y'all know the average woman walking around here with a body count ain't trying to be no Christian woman. Y'all know that, but she trying to be a wife though.
Mm.
Y'all know that. Don't marry no stripper. Don't marry no 304. That's my advice. Now, if they don't repent, and if she used to be a 304 or a stripper, used to be better mean 10 plus years ago. Used to be can't mean, oh, just last month.
Woo, man.
She still got guys, she still got John's names in her cell phone. If it was last month, bro, come on. And y'all sisters, y'all don't want to let your fathers vet these men because y'all don't want a man that can provide. Y'all just want a man that can scratch that kitty. That's all you care about. He good in bed. That's it. That's why the thugs create baby mamas. That's why the Pookies and the Ray Rays make baby mamas because Pookies and Ray Rays know how to do their thing in the bed. I learned that in the hood, y'all. I'm giving y'all some hood tips. The reason why a lot of girls go with bad boys is because, and I had a girl tell me this, right? She said because thugs know how to screw. That's what she told me. She told me that straight up. I'm giving y'all the young fellas the sauce. So my tip to y'all is to be Christian men, but make a think you can do it like a thug.
Ghetto facts.
That's why you do it. That's why you do it.
Oh
You know what I'm
man.
saying? I'm just letting y'all know. Right? I had to come around, drop off my son. Y'all, I ain't never went to jail day in my life, y'all. I don't been in holding before, and it was for something I didn't even do. I never done a day in jail, a day in prison, never sold drugs or nothing. But my son will tell you, whenever I came by to pick him up, I had this hood aura about myself. I just had my do-rag on. They didn't even know I was wearing a do-rag because I just had my waves. Ain't had nothing to do with no thugging. But I just had this look about me. Johnny tell me, my friend, man, your dad, like he mean, like he crazy or something. Like he a thug. Man, please. I'm the furthest thing from a thug. I just shooting. I'm the one. They shooting. That's me. That's brother Josh. You know what I'm saying? That's me right there. You feel me? I ain't gonna ever try to fake like I'm all about that life. Y'all, I always tell y'all I was not in the streets. I just know the streets. I was never in them. You know what I'm saying? I was never in them. That don't mean I'm a punk or nothing. It just mean I'm just not a thug. See, not being a thug don't mean you're a punk. It just means you ain't in the streets. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
But I'm telling the young brothers, you know, girls like bad boys because they think bad boys can do it. That's just what they believe. So you can be a good guy, but you better make them think you got that thug in you when it comes to that. You follow what I'm saying? Because that's what a lot of these young girls are getting lost. They get lost at. They're not vetting based on that. And you know, a lot of these guys, they're messing with these girls before they marry them anyway. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I'm just trying to give y'all the tips on being a husband man. Right? I just want to throw it out there for my young fellas. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is real stuff. I do counseling sessions and I give, you know, we go deep. I tell y'all the truth. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling y'all how to win. I want you to win. The coach always want the team to win, don't they, Kevin J?
Oh yeah.
And y'all on my team. So I want you to win. Right? So it might hurt a little bit when I tell you. It might sting a little bit, but you're gonna be like, you know what? That's right. But check this out. Chronicles 26 and 9 and 10. Second Chronicles
369.
26, 9 and 10. I just be
Bear with
telling the
me
truth, Kevin J. That's all I do, don't I?
every time.
That's all I do. They ain't gonna tell you this in church.
I'm gonna have to
Pals be
reshare
making
my
excuses
screen.
for
Give me a
sorry men.
second. Let's see.
Pals be here making excuses for sorry men. They ain't gonna make no excuse if he ain't disabled,
Here we go.
right? Or hurt or something like that. He need to get up and get a job. If you're a young lady and you considering a dude, Let me talk to him. If you ain't got a daddy or somebody to talk, let me talk to him. I'll tell you straight up. I'll tell you in front of him, bruh. Leave her alone. He ain't trying to do nothing. You ain't got no kind of plan, no kind of goals. That's why I went in so hard on Jay Yogi. Like, dude, you didn't have any kind of plan. Like, what are you even doing? And I did it because I love the young brother, right? Now I'm showing you that he was going against his nature. Was because he hit me back up. That's how y'all know that at the time it may seem like I'm the bad guy, I'm being hard on him. But after he calmed down and thought about it, he reached out to me and told me that what me and Big Moshe was telling him was right. I'm just telling you to be a man, bro. That's all I'm telling you to do. What man would get mad at you for telling him to do stuff that'll make him a man? Unless he don't want to be a man.
Exactly.
Right? But read that. 2 Chronicles 26, 9 to 10.
This is Second Chronicles 26 and 9. Moreover, Uzziah built towers in Jerusalem at the corner gate, and at the valley gate, and at the turning of the wall, and fortified them.
Now, this is talking about Uzziah, who was king of Judah. This guy actually started reigning as king at the age of 16. You can read that in verse 3,
Oh
right?
yeah.
But what else it says he did? Go ahead and read.
10. Also, he built towers in the desert and digged many wells, for he had much cattle, both in the low country and in the plains. Husbandmen also, and vine dressers in the mountains and in Carmel, for he loved husbandry.
It said he loved husbandry. That's that same Hebrew word, Adamah, Hebrew 127, translated ground in Genesis 2 and 7, Kevin J.
Mm-hmm. He loved to work.
So what is it saying? He loved the ground? Is that what they're saying? No, it means that he loved working or tilling.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that meant. But why is the same Hebrew word translated ground translated another word that means work? And both of these words, the word man and the word translated ground, come from the same Hebrew word. Why is it that the root of the word man is related to ground, which is related to work? Why is that? Because we were created to work. And that's why the word husbandman or husbandry both pertain to men and both pertain to work when you combine them together. So why are y'all marrying men who can't keep a job? That's the number one lament of the modern woman. He can't keep a job. You picked him. You didn't let your dad meet him. These guys so sorry today. You got women who dad even offer these men jobs. I don't want to work for your daddy. Well, you ain't got no job, bro. You better do something.
Right.
You're not a man. Some kind of income. And then y'all wonder why you got a bad outcome. Because you chose somebody with some bad income. That's what I'm saying. Y'all need to be looking at these men. You don't need to be looking for a man with 6 figures. If you get somebody making that or higher and he's a good guy, then praise God. But he need to be able to provide. And what a lot of these women like to do today, they don't vet the men, and then they have the babies by the Pookies and the Ray Rays, or by the Chads and the Brads, or by the Enriques and the Carloses, who don't want to work and take care of babies. Then they get all the babies. Now you want to go out with their babies, and now you want your husband man. Now you want that working man to work extra hard to provide for bastard babies. Because you didn't vet that first man to see if he was a husband man. That's the first thing you're supposed to be looking for in a man.
Mm.
That's the first thing a father always asked that man when they were vetting the man. What do you do for a living? What's your future plans? That's what we're supposed to be doing. Most fathers are absent either physically or emotionally. They don't tell their daughters this stuff. And these young girls are being raised in college and by their friends to not even talk to their father. So when the father even try to get involved, they're going to invoke the I'm 18, so I can make my own decisions. Okay, don't talk like that to me and you living in my house. You got to pull a rank as a father. If I don't approve of who you are dating, daughter, get out of my house. You know, if you're 18 or older, get out of my house if I don't approve. That's how you're supposed to do it. Well, fine then, I'm going to leave. Go to the door and see if he take you in and marry you and take care of you and pay all your bills and provide for you like I've been doing. See, that's another thing these women don't understand. After you leave your mom and dad, your next place is really supposed to be your husband. Did y'all know that? There wasn't no women in ancient Israel jumping from their mom and dad's house, giving their own spot by themselves for a minute, then moving in with a man. No. After you leave from your mom and dad, you're supposed to be moving with your husband. But women today, you know, they want to move out, live with a roommate or by themselves. They ain't being celibate, so they just, you know, just keep stepping that D card. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Racking up all that trauma and drama. And then now they want to look for a husband man. No. That's how it really supposed to go. Because that's what a lot of these women want to do. They want to move out and then spread. They don't want to spread their wings. They want to spread something else.
Oh.
And then when they're ready, they want to get married.
Oh, man.
After they don't been around the block a few times. That's the routine. I'm not saying anything y'all don't know. That's the routine. When these young girls move out, do they go straight to marriage or do they get their own spot or live on college campus and sleep around a little bit? They ain't being celibate.
Nope.
And they do that for a number of years, racking up all that drama and trauma. And now they want to be looking for that husband man. That's not how we're supposed to do it, y'all. That's how it's supposed to be. A lot of us don't even supposed to let our daughters move out till she's ready to get married.
Mm.
You leave when you get married. That's when you get up out of here. Ain't no in between. It's from daddy house to husband house. That's how it's supposed to go, really.
Talk to him.
I know everybody can't do it like that. If you ain't got no daddy and you move out, then and you on your own, then you need to move with like-minded sisters. And y'all wonder why you can't find a husband, because your husband ain't looking for you. We are the pursuers. We're the hunters. Y'all know that, right? Men are the hunters. We supposed to be looking for y'all. Y'all don't supposed to be looking for us. Since when do the prey go looking for the predator?
Right. Where he at?
Where he at? Here I am. Come get me. No, we're supposed to be looking for y'all. Y'all job is just to make it easy to find y'all. That's what y'all supposed to do. And then once we find you, you present your case. What is your case? Why you should marry me?
Mm.
Wait a minute, Josh. He's supposed to be telling me why he should marry me. No, because back in the day, when a man went to another man and wanted to marry his daughter, that man who had the daughter had to sell that man, other man, on why he should marry his daughter. Because back in the day, a man was ready to get his daughter up out the house ASAP. Because that meant one less mouth to feed.
Facts.
There's one less person to worry about. And the sons left on their own. So from the time you become a parent, this from the parents, you're supposed to be working on getting your kids the hell out. That's your job. Y'all know that, right?
Right.
Not trying to keep them around as long as possible. You're supposed to be trying to get them up out of here. That's your job. Let me raise them up and get them out. But you got a lot of people, like, single mothers, what they'll do is they ain't got their husband, so they want to keep their son around long. So you can have that, it's called a husband son. So they don't want to be lonely. But you would have to be lonely if you had a husband. So your goal supposed to be, man, get up out of here. We want you gone, bruh. And you supposed to be the same way with your daughter. And if a lot of y'all got daughters who are, adults, and they ain't got no kids, they just around the house and they don't want to leave, y'all need to start throwing some hints. Like, y'all need to start throwing some, like, she come to her room one day, she see like a bridal pamphlet on her bed or something. I'll be leaving all kinds of hints around the house.
You'll leave a pamphlet, dog?
I'll leave a pamphlet like your bridal shower. Just all kinds of hints towards marriage.
Not a pamphlet.
You feel me? I'll be leaving all kinds of hints around the house. Girl, you need to get married and get out.
Oh, man.
You know what I'm saying? That's your goal. Don't y'all understand that? That's our goal. I'm not saying there's wrong with your child staying with you beyond 18. I'm not saying all of that. But I'm just saying that's our goal, to get them out so we can live our lives. But a lot of these children today, they want you to raise them for 2 generations. 1 generation ain't enough. What I mean by that, Mama, I want you to raise me and I want you to raise my kids. They want 2 generations out of you. No, you get 1. You get 1. That's how it's supposed to be. You want to get 1 generation out of your mom and dad. That's all they owe you. They want you to raise their kids too. No. Get out. And don't you bring no kids back. There's nothing that they'll leave and come back with kids.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's a good one.
How you do that? Especially if you're a young girl, how you do that? What a man that. You didn't have this baby by yourself. Who put this baby in you? Where's the husband, man? Where he at? Oh, I'm just getting started, Kevin. I'm just getting started. Let's move on. Now, what we're gonna do? Let me send you this in your message. We're gonna look up the word, the etymology. That when you talk about etymology, that means the origin of a word. Because every word in the English language has an etymology. That means where it came from. Because English is not an original language. Any language that is not an original language is going to have etymology. Even languages that are what you would call an original language has etymology. That just means root words. I'm going to send this to you in your message right now. We're going to look up the etymology of the word husbandman. Let me know when you get it, Kevin J. I just sent it.
Gotcha. 1 second. Pull this up really quick.
Y'all out here picking guys that don't even want to work. Drug dealers and alcoholics in and out of prison. Already got 2, 3 baby mamas. And he don't even take care of the kids he got with them. And you know all of this, and you lay down and have sex with them anyway and get a baby. And your mama or your daddy can't tell you nothing. He can't tell you nothing because you don't want us to reject him. If you're ashamed to bring him to your mom and dad, that means he probably ain't for one.
I got it, Josh.
All right. Now look, this is on the etymology of the word husbandman, right? Look what it says. It says, circle 1300. That means like that's when this word first came out into use around the 1300s AD. It says head of a family. Kevin J, notice that husbandman means head of a family originally.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it means.
Yep.
Right? So, sisters and brothers, especially the sisters, if you are looking for a husbandman, what is he supposed to be? The head of the family. That's what it meant in the Bible, too. But look what else it says. Early 14th, um, um, around early 1400s, it says, as former tiller of the soil, right? So that's a form of work, right? And it says, from what does it come from? From husband plus man. Husbandman literally is the combination of the word husband and man. Now, Kevin J, why in the world is a word that means a farmer or a tiller of a land? Why did they use husband and man and combine them together to refer to somebody who farming? What they got to do with farming?
Working.
That's work.
Yep.
Just like in the Bible, they associate the two with work because a husband is a man. And then it tells you, we're going to look up the word husband. Look what it says. Old English, husbanda, male head of household, master of a house, householder, probably from Norse, husbandi, master of the house, literally house dweller, from hus, house, see house now, and it tells you all these other words. So it comes from the word husband and man. And it refers to work, even in the English. So I showed it to you in the Hebrew and in the English. Husband means working man. If you say you're looking for a husband, what you're literally saying, sisters and brothers, specifically the sisters, what you're saying is, I'm looking for a working head of household.
Hey, Josh, I got to step away for 1 second, okay? Give me 1 second.
Okay. That's what you're saying you're looking for. And a lot of women don't even know what the word husband means. That's why y'all are making babies and marrying men who are not husbands by definition. Y'all just get married, but y'all not looking for husbands. When I say looking for, y'all know I mean make yourself available to be found. That's what I mean when I say a woman is looking for a husband. I mean she's making herself available to be found. Y'all got to understand, in the Bible, women are always on the receiving end of stuff. Like it says in the Bible, a man shall not lie with a beast. But when it refers to a woman, it says, neither shall a woman lie down unto. She's on the receiving end. So she's not finding a husband. She's looking to be found. Right? So all y'all still say, I'm just going to wait on the Lord to send me a husband. He ain't sending you nothing if you ain't making yourself available to be found. That's what y'all have to understand. Somebody in the chat said Ruth was chasing Boaz. Where does it say that in the Bible? Ruth was poor and she was picking up grapes and stuff, because in the law it says that people could pick up the windfalls. The windfalls are the things that fall, the fruit that falls from your tree. And she was picking up the windfalls, and he noticed her. Boaz found her. Get your scriptures right, whoever said that. She wasn't chasing Boaz. She was poor, and he saw that, and he saw she was a good woman.
I'm bad, Josh.
Right. People just be saying stuff. Know your Bibles. If you're going to just be throwing commentary in the chat, know your Bible. And that's what a term in the Bible comes from when it talks about men being a covering for women. It comes from that story. But y'all need to understand We supposed to be looking for y'all. Y'all not supposed to be looking for us. Y'all supposed to be making yourself easy to be found, and you're supposed to stand out. Give me a reason why I should pick you. Women got it backwards. They think we're supposed to give them a reason why they should pick us. No, we're the hunters. The prey don't go to the hunter and be like, you need to convince me why you gonna shoot me. No. You need to convince me why I should shoot you and keep you. Why you're the catch. But you're supposed to be wanting a husband man. Now, Kevin J, have we proven that husband means working man? Have we proven that?
Oh man, over an hour ago.
We've proven that, right? But let me show you something else that the word husband means. Let me send you this in your message, Kevin J. And I want you to scroll down when you get this, because this is something else that y'all want, sisters. Oops, my bad, Kevin J. I moved you to the audience by mistake. Raise your hand. I ain't trying to do that. I tried to click on message. Raise your hand back up, Kevin J. That was dumb what I did. I'm sending you this in your what you call it first. Here you go. Come on back up. I just sent this to you in your chat. In your message, I mean your DM. Now I want you to share that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want you to share what I just sent you. And scroll down to the Bible. Because now we can look up the meaning of the word hustler.
Uh-oh. That was an
Now y'all know
accidental
there are
drop kick
different.
right there. Okay, I got you now.
Yeah, I did that by mistake. I was trying to hit a message and I hit, yeah, drop kick you in the
Okay.
audience by mistake.
Okay, let me get this share on real quick. We got
So I want y'all to understand something. You know, hustle can mean like you're trying to swindle or cheat somebody,
right.
you know, but that's not the one we're talking about. Let me show you the one we're talking about. Okay, scroll all the way down because you see the other one synonyms like cheater and all that. We're not talking about that one.
Okay. It's
Keep
a little
scrolling.
delay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on. There we go.
There we go. Go up a little, go down a little bit more, yo.
A little bit more?
Yep, all the way down till you see hustler. Okay, that's good right now. That's good. That's good. Now you got to go back up a little bit. You went too far.
Oh, went too far? Okay. Yeah, it's a delay on
Right
it
till you
on
see the
my
word
end.
right
So
now. That's good. Right now. That's good. Now,
cool.
this is by the way, this is dictionary.cambridge.org. Again, dictionary.cambridge.org. Hustler, and it's a noun. Look what it says. Worker, right? And look at the synonyms. Eager beaver, worker, working man, right? Working woman. It can refer like a hustle. The word hustle can be man or woman. But we're talking about the men today. Workman, laborer, toiler, laboring man, laboring woman, hired hand, employee, proletarian, craftsman. Wait a minute. All these words, don't they mean the same thing as husbandman or husbandry?
All fall in the same context.
So, sisters, you're supposed to be looking for what? Y'all tell me in the chat, sisters, and on the stage on Clubhouse. What y'all supposed to be looking for?
Hustler.
A hustler. I'm a hustler, baby. Just want you to know. That's what you're supposed to be looking for, a hustler. That's what you're supposed to be looking for. Right? And I'm going to show y'all that in the scriptures. You're supposed to be looking for a hustler, a go-getter. It don't mean he's gonna be the richest man. It just means his attitude is, I'm trying to get that bag. Oh, I'm gonna show y'all that in the scriptures. I'm gonna show y'all that in the script. That's why I said a go-getter, an eager beaver. You're supposed to be looking for a go-getter. You can, in other words, you can't have a laxed man. He ain't gonna leave no money on the table if he can get it. That don't sound like nothing the Bible would say. Y'all know I don't claim it if I can't prove it. You ought to have that go-getting attitude. I'm gonna prove it to y'all. Whatever he doing, he needs to be trying to do more if he can. That's supposed to be his attitude. He don't ever supposed to get to the point where I'm just. He's just supposed to be trying to do better. But I want y'all to see that that's one of the definitions. Hustler means somebody who's a working man, working hard. Right? I'm out there hustling.
Hey, John.
Why do you think a lot of coaches be saying, hustle, 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 hustle? That means work. Put it in. Go ahead, Kevin J.
Look at some of them antonyms: unemployed person, loafer, deadbeat, good for nothing, bum,
Look at the
do
opposite
nothing.
meanings. Do y'all see these antonyms?
I just happened to look down there and look at the antonyms.
Look what it says. You know, unemployed person, retiree, idler. Hold on, idler.
Idle. You just sitting idle, doing nothing.
Just sit idle, right? Loafer, good nothing. Do nothing, right? Look at these antonyms. That's the opposite of a hustle. And you know what? Notice that deadbeat is one of those words, right? Is deadbeat one of them? Yep.
Yeah.
What do sisters call men who don't take care of their children? What they call them, y'all?
Deadbeats.
Deadbeat what? Deadbeat dad. And that what y'all call them? Yep. He's a deadbeat dad. Don't y'all say that. Y'all tell me in the chat. Tell me on the stage on Clubhouse. Come off your mic. I know y'all hear me. Do y'all call them deadbeat dads? Yes or no? I don't hear nobody on Clubhouse. Yes, y'all do. But guess what? You picked them. You picked him. You knew he was a deadbeat. I ain't gonna even rhyme that. I was gonna rhyme that with something messed up. Screw it. You knew he was a deadbeat before he showed you his meat.
That's what happened.
Rhyming anyway. That's pretty PG. PG-13. You knew it. Y'all be knowing. I mean, come on. That's why when these women get these babies by these men that don't take care of them, I'm trying to hear it. Like, you know, you mean to tell me you didn't know this dude was not about anything before you laid down with him? Now you want to call him a deadbeat as if he didn't become a deadbeat until he impregnated you. Do y'all understand what I'm saying, sisters? Like 99.9% of the time, these women know exactly what kind of man they're dealing with. Men are not sleeping with these women and then, you know, pulling the switcheroo on them 6 months to a year later. They're not doing that. You knew he was a drug dealer. You knew he was in and out of prison. You knew he had other baby mamas. And you sat down with him and had a baby with him anyway. Now you want to come out there and call him a deadbeat as if that's a revelation to you. Like you didn't know until he put a baby in you. Stop the cap. You picked the deadbeat. You did not want the husband man. He was too nerdy. He was a square. He was lame. That's how y'all see the husband man. He gets up and go to work every day like a sucker. I want to get with Pookie or Ray Ray. He out there slinging that crack. He know how to scratch that kitty. I can change him. Even though the previous 3 baby mamas couldn't do it. But you're going to be the one. So y'all have working men pass y'all every day, and y'all don't want them. Y'all don't want them because y'all ain't got no daddy to vet these men. Y'all don't want the husbandman. Y'all want the Pookies and the Ray Rays. And y'all know they are deadbeats from the beginning. Y'all know that's not a husband or a man. So he's not. If he's not a husband or a man, Cam and Jay, then he's definitely not a husbandman, right?
Nope.
And y'all know this stuff. And then y'all get the babies by them, and now y'all want the husbandman to work hard to take care of another man's child. And then you get mad when we don't want to, like it's on us, like we did something wrong.
Right.
That's why y'all got to vet these men. And if you don't know how to vet them, talk to me. Book a session though. I ain't gonna be giving all this, that's a session. I'll show you how to vet them. I might do a whole university class on it, $250 for the university, 6 weeks course. That's even less than what I charge for a session when you look at all the time I'm getting, ain't it, Kevin J?
Yep.
I'll do a whole class, vetting your husband. I'm trying to tell y'all this. Y'all need to be looking. Is he a husband? Is he a man? Is he a working man? What is he trying to do? Can this guy provide for me? Yes or no? You need to be teaching your sons this too. But y'all get the deadbeats and then act like you can't see he a deadbeat until he puts the baby in you. How is it that a lot of these modern women can't see he's a deadbeat until they get a baby by him?
Crazy.
It's not like the dude just pull a 180 after he get the baby. What exactly do the guys start or stop doing that he was or was not doing after he gets a baby by you? That's what I'm trying to figure out. No, he's doing the same. This is who he is. He's always been this, and you knew it. But you didn't vet him properly. Or you didn't want to let him be vetted. You don't want to bring Pookie and Ray Ray home to your dad. Because you know your dad gonna tear them apart. You don't want to bring Enrique. You don't want to bring Chad or Brad. You don't want to bring him home. Because you know your dad gonna tear him apart. Boy, you ain't get out of my house. But I love him. You think you do. See, a lot of y'all don't know the difference between love and infatuation anyway. A lot of y'all little young girls, y'all ain't in love, y'all just infatuated. There's a difference. Y'all need to learn the difference. How do I know that you're just infatuated? Because y'all get over him. You get a whole baby. If you were so infatuated with this other man, how is it you go out and get another baby by another man? Any woman that's really deeply in love with a man is not going to go out and do the same exact thing for another man. Don't y'all know the greatest thing a woman can give a man is a child? Do y'all know that, sisters? That's the greatest thing y'all can give us is a child. Now, how you gonna tell me you were so in love with me, and then after we break up, you go out and get a child by another man? How am I supposed to think I'm special? How am I supposed to think you did the same thing for him?
Right.
I'm just telling y'all the truth. That's how men think. Girl, I ain't know, but now if you get with a woman and you give her first baby and she go through her life just dealing with a whole bunch of other men and never get him a baby, maybe she may see you as the one that got away.
Mm.
But if she break up with you and within a year or two she already got a baby by another dude, hate to break it to you, player, you weren't special. You were not special. I'm just telling y'all like it is. Women build bonds. Men don't build bonds like women do. If she got another baby after you, bro, and it was out now, if she gets married and do it, that's different. Because she just messing around with you and get a baby out of wedlock and then get married and get a right light and give her husband a baby, that's different. But if she give you a baby out of wedlock and then turn around and give another dude a baby out of wedlock, bruh, you ain't nothing special. You never were. I'm just telling y'all how it is. Right? And statistically speaking, most women who are single mothers, statistically speaking, they will be pregnant with another baby again out of wedlock within 1 to 3 years. Look it up. Repeating the same mistake over and over again. Opening their legs instead of their minds. That's what I'm trying to teach y'all to do. Open your mind instead of your legs. Because if you open your mind, you're going to start thinking. I'm not going to keep doing this. What the heck? I already made this mistake. I'm not going to make this mistake twice. If you do it one time, it's a mistake. If you do it 2 or more times, it's deliberate. You're doing it on purpose.
Facts.
That's how I look at it. You're doing that on purpose. That means you don't know how to vet. I'm trying to teach you. I'm trying to help y'all. You need to find you a husband and a man, which is a husbandman, which is a working man. So if you call him a deadbeat, that means he either won't or can't take care of his responsibility. And you knew that up front. And if you didn't know, it's because you didn't care or you didn't ask. Don't y'all know I've been on some of these podcasts? Kevin Samuel podcast, the Jeremy Hill show, and these women come on here and he has the video clips. And these women, when they're being asked about their baby daddies, they be like, well, what did he do for a living? I don't know. You got a whole baby out of him and you don't even know what he did for a living. That means you don't even know if he even had a job. Not a legal one anyway. These young girls out here, man, y'all doomed. Unless y'all start vetting somebody or talking to somebody like me. Y'all doomed out here, man, for real. Because y'all ain't got nobody telling you. And your mama and your aunties, they don't know jack. That's why they ain't got no husbands. They don't know jack. They just want you to be miserable and alone like them. Y'all really think your auntie and these older women out here is going to give y'all good advice? Y'all the competition. Don't y'all know that, sisters? You got the older women trying to date the younger men.
Yep. Dating young. Yep.
You the competition. Your auntie or your aunties ain't going to give you good advice either because they don't have any good advice to give or they want the men you want. And not just with the aunties, with the daughters and the mothers. When their daughter grow up to the age, because a lot of us, we have our kids real young.
Yep.
Right? So you and your daughter are within dating range of the same group of men. So you don't see stuff where the daughter bring home the boyfriend and the mama end up sleeping with the daughter boyfriend. Or the daughter end up sleeping with the mama boyfriend. Because they're dating the same low quality of men. Whole house is getting divided. Because y'all don't know that husband means working man. Y'all just mess with a bunch of these deadbeats. And y'all know they're deadbeats. Y'all know it. Y'all may didn't know what husband meant before this class. Y'all may didn't know that. But y'all definitely know what deadbeat means. That's y'all go-to word. Oh, he's a deadbeat. He is. And you picked him. Don't complain that he's a deadbeat when you knew he was a deadbeat. You go to the mechanic tell you right up front, hey, this a lemon. The engine gonna fall out one day while you're driving around in it. You still want to buy it? Yeah, I want it. Yeah, I love it. I like the way it look on the outside. It's a beautiful exterior. Okay. Then you're driving around 2 weeks later, the engine fall out. Man, that mechanic, he screwed me. No, he didn't. He let you know up the engine gonna fall out. He didn't screw you. A deal is a deal. No matter if you get screwed in the deal, it's still a deal. A deal is a deal, meaning you knew what you were getting. Like you knew. That's what it is. A lot of y'all know what you're getting, and then you want to complain later about what you got. No, I don't show no sympathy. I don't. Brother Josh does not pity willing victims.
There you go.
A willing victim is somebody that makes a conscious decision to do something that's going to hurt them in some shape, form, or fashion. Like you have a choice. You don't have to go out like that. If you do it anyway, don't come to me for pity. I don't feel sorry for willing victims.
Amen.
I tell my own son that. You knew. I always ask people, did you know? That the first thing I want to, did you know he was like this? If you be like, well, yep, you knew.
Yeah.
Yep, you knew. You knew. You did. Let's move on. Right? We looked up hustler.
Yep.
Let's go to Proverbs 14:23. Let me show you how a hustler do. This is what y'all supposed to be looking for.
Hey, Josh, I like how
I don't
you
want to
use. I like
Go
how
ahead.
you use that nice car on the outside, but a lemon in the inside. That was beautiful. I mean,
Right.
that was beautiful.
That's what I'm saying. And they be knowing it.
Yep.
I don't want to hear this stuff. Some of y'all women be dating these guys for 4 and 5 years without being married, get a baby, then they finally in, now you're deadbeat. You mean to tell me in 4 or 5 years you didn't know what kind of man this was?
Interesting.
That's amazing. Of course you knew.
Yeah.
But you don't know how to look for a husband man. And a husband man don't just mean a guy who got a job. Because there's a lot of sorry guys who got jobs.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just showing you that's the first thing you should be looking for. That's the first thing. And a lot of y'all don't even care about that. Why are you worried about if he got a job or not? I just met him. We just dating. Why are you dating him? Christian girl. Why are you dating him? Huh? Why you want this man spending all this money on you for dates if you have no intention on marrying him? Are you gonna sleep with him? I might. So you can say I might sleep with him, but you definitely not thinking about marriage. Do y'all see what's wrong with that? You might give him some, but you're definitely not thinking about marriage. This is how Christian girls think today. That's not how a Christian woman thinks. A Christian woman is supposed to be out there dating to find a husband. And y'all need to tell the man that up front so you won't waste your time or his money.
Yep.
Because he paying for all these dates more often than not. Let him know right now, hey, I'm looking for a husband. I'm dating because I'm looking for a husband. I'm not looking for a good time. I'm looking for a good man. That's what I'm looking for. Are you looking for a wife? Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to find myself. Then you need to find yourself somewhere else. Not here, bro. That's all y'all need to be doing. Y'all don't do that though. Y'all entertain it. Y'all play with them. Or worst case scenario, you sleep with them and get a baby by them. And now you know he don't want to marry you. You weren't even thinking about marriage with him. So what have you just done? You have just created another baby mama situation by a deadbeat. And then what you gonna do? You gonna go on social media and you gonna go tell all your friends these men out here ain't nothing.
Yeah.
That's what y'all gonna do. That's what they always do. They get on there and they say, ain't no woman gonna go on social media and be like, you know what, man, I should have learned to keep my legs closed. I should have learned to vet these men. I should have learned to look for a husband man instead of just a good time. They ain't gonna ever say that. They're gonna always make it seem like we the problem. That's what they do. But they know all the problems these men have. Hey, I'm not making no excuse for no men. Yes, they are the problem. Any man that gets a woman pregnant and don't want to take care of his child, that man got a problem. But you knew that man had a problem. That's what I want to get the women to admit. You picking problems. That's what I'm saying. You picking problems. Right? You picking problems. And then you want somebody to solve a problem you picked. Mm. That's where they lose me at. Where they try to pretend like they didn't know. Like all these men just chameleons. They're all just in disguise. They all come off like they got grand dreams and designs, and they're going to give you the world. They're going to be the best man in the world. Every man out here doing that until you get a baby by them. Then the truth come out. Give me a break.
Right.
The average man ain't got that much. He's not that nuanced. You know what I'm saying? Average man ain't that nuanced.
No.
He gonna tell you straight up. He gonna show you. Oh yeah, you know. Mm. But he good and bad though. Okay. And then y'all sit around here and y'all get mad at me because I'm telling you the truth. Meanwhile, you're just getting older and older. Y'all need to research what that wall is. The wall is real, y'all. I don't know if any sister's ever heard of that before. It's called the wall. That's when a woman hits a point in her life where she knows it's over. And it's usually around premenopausal time. They call that the wall. That's when they know. And that's when they become their most bitter and everything else. I don't want to see any of my sisters hit the wall. It is a very ugly thing. It basically means you're going to die alone. Mm. That means marriage is out of the question for you. It don't have to end like that, though. I don't know. When I get real tough and hard on people, it's because I don't want to see that happen to the ladies. And it's a very depressing thing. I had aunties that happened to. My auntie died of a stroke about 4 years ago. She was in her house dead for like 2 or 3 days before somebody found her. And she got 5 kids. Wow. But do you know what my aunt did when she was young? She's the strip. She was like, she didn't have a husband. That's my whole point. Right? I see this happen to young ladies, especially black women. Black women just sit and they just sit. And they get older and older. They don't make themselves available. And then the wall hits and it's very depressing. That doesn't mean it's 100% over, but that don't mean I'm gonna hit the lottery if I play it either.
Right.
See, we got to deal with reality, right? And it's getting rough out here. It is.
It is.
Because a lot of men are getting more alpha minded. They don't want to put up with the nonsense anymore. They're starting to figure out that you being a husband and a man or a husband man is a very valuable thing that a lot of women have been overlooking. And a lot of these men are starting to see that. And the smarter women are starting to wake up and take advantage. While the older women, they still stuck on stupid. And I'm trying to talk to the young and the older. Look, a husband man is the most valuable thing a woman can have in her life. Nothing's more valuable than that. Amen. In fact, that's what she was created for. to get one. Do y'all know that? That's what she was created for. A working man. That's a woman's goal right there. Somebody show me anywhere in the scriptures where it says a woman was created for any other purpose other than to be a helpmeet. I'll wait. Somebody show me that. That's your purpose, to be a helpmeet. And if you stay celibate, then you need to focus on the Lord. You go straight to the Lord. You don't go through a husband. You go straight to the Lord. So your purpose as a woman, you were created to either serve the Lord by helping your husband or just serve the Lord directly and be celibate for the rest of your life. That's what your goal is. And when the Lord sends you that husband man, that working man, you turn your nose down on. You don't want him. He got to be doing this. He got to be doing that. If you are the helpmeet, when does the helpmeet start questioning the helper on what the leader can do for them? If you're here to help me, I'm supposed to be asking you, how can you help me? When you go order your food, right? Do they say, how can you help me? Or do they say, how may I help you? Which one they do? When you go somewhere, do you ask them how you can help them, or do they ask you how they can help you? Y'all tell me in the chat. Tell me, Kevin J.
How they can help you?
They ask you because they're the helper.
Yeah.
If the women are the helpmeet, when I'm looking for a wife, she's supposed to be telling me, how can I help you? Not me trying to sell myself to her. You're supposed to be selling me. You're the helper. The helper supposed to try to convince the leader how good of a helper they are. But you got to put yourself out there to even make a case. And then the husbandman tells you, okay, you know what? You might be able to help me get this work in. Proverbs 14:23. When you get there, Kevin J, read, please.
This is Proverbs chapter 14, verse 23. In all labor there is profit, but the talk of the lips tendeth only to penury.
Now, look what it says. In all labor there is profit, but the talk of the lips tendeth only to penury. Penury means deficiency or being poor. So what do you think this is saying, Kevin J? In all labor there is profit, but the talk of lips tendeth only to penury. What do you think that is saying?
People who talking going to be without a job. So all talk, no word, you're going to be poor.
Basically. Well, let me show you how it reads in another translation. We're going to read this in the ERV. This is Proverbs 14:23. I don't know if you can share this, Kevin J, because I don't know if you got ESAR. But you got it up there. This is the ERV. Look how Proverbs 14:23 reads here. If you work hard, you will have plenty. If you do nothing but talk, you will not have enough. So, sisters and brothers, particularly the sisters, one way to know if you got you a husband man is he's not all talk. He gets stuff done. This is what this proverb is talking about. A man who was all talk, the one that put in the work, he gonna get that bag. But the one that's all talk, he gonna end up broke. He gonna end up poor. And a lot of y'all sisters, y'all fall for the talk. That's what y'all fall for. That's what y'all and the ones that have the guts to bring him home to dad, y'all try to sell your dad on the talk. Dad, he told me he's going to do this. Girl, what are he doing right now? That ain't the point, Dad. What is he doing right now?
Right.
I'm showing y'all how to vet, sisters. This is session stuff. It's also teaching stuff. If he talk about all the dreams and stuff that he got, that's cool. But see how much he don't put into actually achieving it. How long you been talking about this dream? Huh? You working at McDonald's, bro? You ain't the manager yet? You ain't tried to leave from McDonald's and make more? You've been talking about you finna do better for 10 years. You ain't did none yet. That's why you're broke. That's why you're poor. You're all talk. Talk is cheap. Actions speak louder than words. Y'all know all the idioms, all the sayings. Y'all know them. And y'all fall for it anyway. A husbandman, in other words, sisters, is not all talk. He gets stuff done. He's a mover and a shaker. He's making moves. He's always planning his next move. Yeah. What am I going to do next? What am I going to do tomorrow? Once I'm done with this, what am I going to do after that? That's what a husbandman does. Let me try this read in another translation. This is the GNB. That's the Good News Bible. Proverbs 14:23. Listen to this, Kevin J. Work and you will earn a living. If you sit around talking, you will be poor. Woo! Powerful stuff. If you just all talk, you're gonna be poor. Mm-hmm. How many of y'all sisters ever got duped? You can be honest, by a guy that's all talk. That don't mean you slept with him or nothing. That just mean you just believed him. How many of y'all have ever got tricked by that man who was all talk? I can tell you this. If you're a baby mama, I know you don't got duped before. And they ain't a shot at nobody. I'm just saying, I know you don't fail for some kind of lie. You know? That's just what it is. And the same thing if you're a guy who just got a baby by some loose woman. Yeah. You don't got tricked. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is what you're supposed to be looking for. But let me show you something that you probably didn't know. What we're going to do, Kevin J, is we're going to look up the word translated labor in Proverbs 14:23 in the King James Version Bible. It's the same word translated work in the other translations. But we're going to look at the word translated labor here. Now, this is going to really make you think of something. And that's 6089 in the Hebrew section. 6089 in the Hebrew section. The word translated labor. Now, this is the word. It's seb. It's seb. Now, look what it says. From Hebrew 6087. Look what it means, Kevin J. An earthen vessel. Usually painful toil. Also a pain, whether of body or of mind, grievous, idle, labor, sorrow. Let me ask you a question, Kevin J. Why is there a Hebrew word for labor that means earthen vessel?
Goes right back to what we talked about earlier. We came from the earth.
Goes right back to what we talked about earlier, because earth means the ground.
Right.
Right? So why is there a Hebrew word associated with the ground? Because ground goes with man, because man came out the ground. So the Hebrews even had a word for work that's related to an earthen vessel. Now, what is an earthen vessel? It's like a clay pot or a clay jar, right? But let me show you something, Kevin J. Let's go to 2 Corinthians, because it gets even deeper than that. 2 Corinthians 4. It gets even deeper than that. This goes back to the creation. See, I told you, man, this is deep. Husband means working man. 2 Corinthians 4. Then we're going to read verses 6 and 7. 2 Corinthians 4, verses 6 and 7. This is Paul talking. Go ahead and read.
2 Corinthians 4 and 6. For God, who command the light to shine out of darkness, have shined in our hearts to give the light of knowledge of the glory of God in the face of Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
But we have
Well,
the treasure in earthen vessels, that the excellency of the power may be of God and not of us.
it said, but we have this treasure in earthen vessels. We are the earthen vessels.
Mm.
Why are we called earthen vessels? Because God created us from the earth or from the ground. What does it have to do with Proverbs? Why is it, Kevin J, that there's a Hebrew word for labor that means earthen vessel?
We've been working from the
Because
beginning.
we've been working from the beginning and man was created from the ground, and that's related to our makeup as men. Do y'all see that? Do everybody see that? Why there's a Hebrew word for labor that means earthen vessel. It's like the same way somebody works with a clay pot or a clay jar or make a clay vase. That goes back to our creation. But it's just translated labor. Do y'all see that? Why? Because earth means ground. Man was created from the ground. Ground also can be translated as husbandman, which means worker. Do y'all see that? So it's a lot in this one Proverb 14 and 23. Don't be all talk. And then it tells you that when you labor, it's like you're making an earthen vessel. Because that goes back to how God created us. And what does it say in the book of Genesis? On the seventh day, God rested from his what?
Work.
Work. Do y'all see it now? Is it coming together?
Come on, somebody.
He rested from his work. So what this is saying is that a husbandman works like God does. He's not all talk. God was not all talk. How do I know that? What does it say? First, God said, let there be. He said it, right? First, he said it. What did
Yep.
he do after he said it, Ken?
It happened.
He did it.
Yep.
See, we serve a God that's not all talk. This goes back to creation. What this is saying, sisters and brothers, is that a husbandman is not all talk, just like his creator was not all talk.
Amen.
God did not just say, let there be, and then nothing
Nothing
happened.
happened. Exactly.
He's taught, first he taught. When you say let there be, that's you talking, ain't it? Yep. When it happened, that's you walking. So God was not all talk. And the creation of the world is called God's work. So when you see that earthen vessel, that goes back to our creation, that goes back to us being husbandmen. That's why Paul called us earthen vessels, because Paul was an Israelite, a Hebrew, and he knew that there was a Hebrew word for labor that referred to earthen vessels. That's amazing. That's how this goes. It gets this deep, y'all. That's why it's important that a man supposed to have a job. Because if he ain't working, he ain't in God's image. Because God created man in his image, and God was a worker. So if your man not working, he ain't in God's image. I don't know who image he in. Is it making sense, Kevin J? Is it coming together?
Oh yeah, it's been together.
Right? We're gonna move on. Let me take a little intermission right quick, because I've been drinking my water. I gotta use the bathroom. Get the intermission, Kevin J. I'll be right back.
I got you. Again, ABT family, thank everyone for coming out. Everybody who was involved and taking part in listening. Listening is key. And I really enjoy this because it's not just like when you look at the title of this, husband means working man. I thought the men was going to take some major shots. We did, but turns out that it was a balance of both, where we can, as men and as women, we learn something about a working man. I love the fact that he also is going to the root. He's going to what we literally were made from the dirt to work and till the dirt. I mean, from the very beginning, he went to the creation of us being made from the dirt and tilling that dirt. That all he wraps all it up in the fact that we're working. A husbandman is tilling, literally working on the ground of which he came from. So this is grounded and embedded in us to work. We should our natural being just like a woman wants, most women want to be a woman to her husband and have a baby. Men should be like, hey, your first duty is to want to work. That should be the natural order and reaction of things. And I like the fact that he's pointing that out from the beginning. I like the fact he's putting that from the beginning and showing the men, hey man, your natural thing should be, hey, I want to provide, I want to work. And what he's also showing, at least for ABT alpha men, is that hey, you should want to provide. You should want to do no less than provide. You were literally made to provide, to work, and not sit with your hands folded, waiting for somebody to work for you. And I love the fact he pointed. I mean, he busts off some players too. You know what I mean? Pookie and Ray has
That's
took
right.
some major shots today. So anyway, he's back. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Kevin J. And yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I want y'all to see that. And this is how this goes. See, I told y'all this is deep. We are supposed to be working. That's what we're supposed to do. That's part of being a man. It's actually in the Hebrew word, husbandman or husbandry. That's in the Hebrew word that the word Adam or the name Adam comes from. If you don't want to work, that means you're going against your nature. You don't want to be a man. That's messed up. You should have a young man in your house fighting against that. That's the same as you trying to convince your son, don't be gay. He's fighting against it. No, I want other men. I want to be attracted to other men. It's the same if you don't want to get a job. You might as well be gay. Because both is going against your nature as a man. That's what you're supposed to be, an alpha, a provider. It don't mean you're supposed to be rich. You're just supposed to be able to provide, and you don't have to be rich to provide. It helps. It helps a lot. But you don't have to be that. And a lot of women today, they are not looking for providers. They're looking for sponsors
Hmm.
because they're materialistic. They don't want to tell the man, how may I help you? If you are a helpmeet, and in modern English, it says helpmate. If that's what you are created to be, when a man approaches you romantically, he's vetting you to possibly be his wife. Your mindset as a woman is supposed to be, how may I help you? In other words, let me show you how I can help you. Women today are expect men to prove to them how they can help them. Y'all got it backwards. Y'all supposed to vet us and see that for yourself. But y'all supposed to tell us what you can do for us. And a lot of women today, not all of them, but a lot of them, y'all can't do nothing for us. And you know it. You don't want to listen to us. You don't want to follow us. You don't want us to be the leader. And you want us to take care of a bunch of kids that's not ours. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying don't be a stepfather. I was raised by a stepfather. I mean, I'm the product of a stepfather. So why would I
I'm
go out there
one.
and tell y'all,
I'm one too.
right, don't be a stepfather? All I'm saying is, if you're going to be a stepfather to to another woman's, to another guy's kids, that woman better be worth it.
Right.
And these women today looking at this like having kids ain't no big deal.
Hmm.
That's a huge deal. That's a deal breaker for a lot of guys. Y'all need to understand that you're supposed to be humble and extra helpful because you're asking a man to do something that's the biggest thing you can ask somebody to do, and that is raise somebody else's kids. Now, if you want to make me
Talk to
believe,
him.
if you want to make me believe that's not a big deal, then you are a horrible woman because you're saying your children are not a big deal. Let me ask you a question. Any woman in here with kids, whether it's from a baby daddy or from a marriage, I don't care. Y'all just answer this one question. Are your children a big deal to you? Yes or no? You can come across the mic on Clubhouse or you can say it in the chat. If you got children, I don't care from how. I ain't trying to shame nobody. I just want to know, is your children a big deal to you? Yes or no? So if your children is a big deal to you, okay, I'm getting an echo. Somebody need to get off the Clubhouse. Somebody need to mute themselves on Clubhouse. It's you, Keanu. You got to mute yourself. I'm trying. There you go. It keeps going back and forth like you try to do it and turn it on, turn it off, right? So if your children are a big deal to you, and they should be, why are you trying to make it seem like it's not a big deal to me?
Mm.
See, that's what I don't get. Women will say, I love my child. They're a big deal to me. But you don't want them to be a big deal to me when I'm considering who I want to marry. Because they're a big deal to you because they're your kids. So I have to go up and beyond to love them because they're not mine. I have to learn to love them. Your love for them is automatic. I have to learn to love them because they're not my kids.
Preach.
I have to provide for them. Then if I get a baby by you, any money I spend on my baby, I have to divide it among your kids. So I'm taking money out of my child's mouth to feed your children.
Facts.
That's what that is. That's asking a lot of a man from a woman who don't even want to submit and follow.
Mm.
I don't get the original version of you. I don't get the childless version of you. You know, the one we can talk about how much we used to be able to do before we had kids. I don't get that version of you. That version already gone. Somebody else had that version of you. I get the version of you that if we want to go on vacation, we got to make plans for what we're going to do with these kids if they ain't coming with us. Or if I want to get freaky with you one night as your husband, we got to make plans to make sure the children are in bed. I can't walk around the house letting it hang because you got kids. This is how men think. I'm just telling y'all how men think. There's a lot of sacrifice to being a stepfather, and modern women don't want to sell it like that when they're looking for that husbandman. They don't want to sell it like that. They want to make it like it's not a big deal. That's a huge deal, unless you don't believe your kids are a big deal to you. If your kids are a big deal to you, any man that you're considering making their stepfather and making your husband, y'all need to convince him he's a big deal to him too. Otherwise, you say my kids don't really matter that much, or they shouldn't matter that much to you.
Mm.
That's what you're telling me. So modern women are talking out of both sides of their mouths when it comes to these stepkids, when they're looking for these husband men. So if you are a single mother, you have to work harder to convince a decent man why he should pick you over a woman with no kids. You got to sell yourself harder because you asking for that man's resources. Remember, he's supposed to be able to provide. And you bring in yourself, another child, all that to the table. Do y'all understand that? That's just reality. So I'm not saying don't marry a woman with kids. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you do, she better be a superwoman. Like attitude wise, I'm not saying she should be able to do everything. Like attitude wise, she should be extra submissive. She should be like, you come in the house, she taking off your slippers, massaging your shoulders, like she just extra. Why she being extra? Because she asking you to be extra, right? Being extra means doing extra. If I'm doing for a woman that already got kids, I'm doing extra. Am I not?
Yep.
So if I got to do extra, why is it wrong for me to demand extra? But that's not the attitude of these women today looking for a husband man. They want the same treatment as if they're not bringing any extra baggage to the relationship, as if that's not tilting the scale, as if that's not weighing the man down more. That's more burden for that man. I don't know no woman who got kids looking for a husband who don't expect that husband to do for those kids. I don't know no woman, and if she is like that, she's stupid. Because he's supposed to do for them kids if he marries you. But remember, when you marry him, you become the helpmeet or the helpmate, which means you're supposed to be saying to him, this is how I can help you. This is what I can do for you. Let me go ahead and put this. Let's see. And let me call this number back on what you call it. Because somebody was trying to call me on the other freaking line, and I end up hanging up. Hold on one second, guys.
I'm sorry, but I did not hear you correctly. Who did it with your phone number?
Hold on one second.
Why you doing that? Why you doing that, Josh? I'm a stepfather too, so I can definitely concur with everything you said. I'm a stepfather, and it was a big responsibility for me. But yeah, the woman had to be the right woman. She had to be of that. I had to know and understand too for both sides that she is a woman. I also had to understand that, hey, that is I'm accepting both at the same time, but she knew that I'm choosing him, and she had to also choose the right person to be over her daughter, which is what I actually liked about my current wife. She cared about who was. It wasn't always just about her; it's about her and her child. I always knew that, and I always respected that. But I just wanted to throw that in because I am a stepfather myself.
Right. And I've done the stepfather thing too, even though I didn't end up with my son's mother because I was a stepfather to her daughter and the biological father to my son, obviously.
Gotcha.
Right?
Gotcha.
But what I'm trying to tell people is I'm not knocking the stepfather thing. Right? I will tell any man, try to get your own family first. I'm not going to tell my son, be a stepdaddy. That's the first thing you shoot for. No, you shoot for a woman with no kids and you try to start your own family with her. But if you find yourself attracted to or falling in love with a single mother, then she better be extra because she wants you to do extra. You're a husbandman. That means you're a working man. That means she wants you to work for her and her child. And if she tries to make it seem like that's not a big deal, then I don't want to marry you because you don't think your child is a big deal. You're supposed to think your child is a big deal. I don't care what any woman try to flip it around. If they're a big deal to you, then that's how you sell them to me. And what I mean by that is, hey, this is a big deal. I know I'm asking a lot. That's how you're supposed to do it. These women are not humble like that. They go out, get 2, 3, 4 kids, and still think that you're supposed to look at them the same way you look at a woman who ain't got no kids. I'm a husband man. That means I work. I provide. So the more people I have to provide for, the harder I have to work. Now, where's my compensation for that? That's how y'all supposed to be talking to these sisters that got kids. Where's my compensation for that? What extra do I get out of that? What do I get? Tell me, what do I get? Well, I really don't think you know what? Bye. I'm finna find a woman who ain't got no kids. We ain't even got to have this conversation. But if her mindset is, I know I'm asking a lot, so I'm going to do a lot. then you might want to consider her. Because that's a lot. And we didn't even get into if the children's father are still around. Their
Right.
fathers are still around,
Whole
or
nother
is
thing.
still around if it's not the same guy,
Yeah, it's a whole nother thing.
right? Now I got to deal with a guy making rules in my household who don't even live there because he don't still want to raise his kids a certain way.
Mm.
Now I got to deal with if it's okay for me to put my hands on them. I got to 100% provide for them, but I got limited authority over them. So you want me to fully take care of this kid, but I can't whoop them. Even if you want me to do it, they daddy won't let me do it because of conflict there. So I'm doing 100% daddy work, but have partial authority. So that's a lot for a man, a husbandman. That's a lot.
Yep.
So I'm not telling you to automatically say no to the situation. I'm just saying it's up to y'all sisters to figure out how you're going to sell yourself as a wife on why he should do extra and pick you over a woman that ain't got all that. I'm not saying automatically walk away. I'm just saying y'all attitudes need to change. This is the reason why these women don't see this and they just keep getting babies. Because the men they're sleeping with ain't making no demands of them. They just want sex. And then they give them a baby, and now you got babies. And no husband. This is how the game go. I'm trying to tell y'all that's how it go. A lot of these women, y'all got to humble yourself. Y'all got to get off your high horse and realize, yo, my value has gone down. Remember we talked about earlier about
Yeah.
virgins and body counts?
Yeah.
When you bring children into the equation, that shoots that even further out.
It is what it is.
It just is what it is. That's how the Bible looks at it. That's not me. Did y'all know that the high priest was not even allowed to marry a woman if she wasn't a virgin?
Mm.
Did y'all know that? That's in the law. Why do y'all think it was okay for a regular man to marry somebody's ex-wife, which means she wasn't a virgin? Why do you think it was okay for a regular man to do that, but God didn't want his high priest to do it? Because there was a higher standard that that priest held, which means he deserved the absolute best. Virgins are the absolute best. I'm not trying to shame nobody here. Just like if you were an alcoholic and the Bible says you're supposed to be an alcoholic. I'm not trying to shame alcoholics. I'm just telling you the Bible says you're supposed to be an alcoholic. That's how it is. So a lot of these women need to understand what they are. I'm not saying your value as a person is lower than another woman with no kids value. I'm saying your value as a wife when a man is picking, that is lower because that husbandman has to work harder. Anytime the husbandman has to work harder to be with you, you should work harder to keep him or to convince him to marry you. And you can't get mad because that's what you get for having children out of wedlock. But see, a lot of women, they want to have the children out of wedlock by other men, and then they want the husbandman to come and pick up the slack.
Right.
That's how they're looking at it. Oh, it's not a big deal. We're a package deal. That's how they'll say, we're a package deal. Yeah, but it's not really a deal. It's a package, but it's not a deal. It's not a good deal.
No.
Not if you're not trying to step your game up. And I know this might hurt a few women's feelings, but y'all know Brother Josh is beyond caring about people's feelings. But I bet if you listen to me, you'll get what you want. Or something close to it. Let's move on. Still in Proverbs. Back to Proverbs. Let's go to Proverbs 10 and 4. Yep. I be trying to tell him, Kevin J. I be trying to tell him. You want a husband means working man. And one of the reasons why it don't work out is because he ain't working.
There you go.
Y'all supposed to be looking for providers. It's funny how everybody be in the chat saying when class gonna be over there. When I open up the Q&A, ain't nobody jumping on the stage. You know, You know, the people be asking that when class gonna be over, and they still be around. Then the class be over. They don't even jump on the stage. They just want to know what. You feel me? They don't even like. You just want me to stop? You feel me? So I'm like, if you asking when the class gonna be over, and then we do Q&A, and you still around, and you don't even jump on the stage, why do you even care when the class ends if you ain't even got nothing to say or ask? That's the only thing I don't get. I get people be eager to ask their question. I'm not talking about them. I'm saying people who do that. Then when the Q&A come, it's always my same people. It's never the new people that be like, when Q&A. I'm just I did like. Do you just? I don't get it. Do you just want me to stop teaching? And if that's the case, you can just leave. Who walks into a movie theater and be like, man, when the movie gonna be over with?
Just get up and walk out. It's real simple.
What is that? Like, you have a movie theater. You know how sometimes when your movie over, you can just go into another movie theater. You know how you can do that sometimes. Another movie, and the movie still be playing. Go into a movie theater and be like, when the movie gonna be over? I mean, who does that? You walk into a movie theater want to know when it's gonna be done. Why? You got something else you want to do? No, I just want to know when the movie gonna be over. As if somebody dragged you here or something.
Right.
You came here. You follow what I'm saying? You go into Kroger's one night. Hey man, what time Kroger's close? 11 o'clock. Oh, okay. You leave out. Why would you even want to know? You trying to shop. I tell you, man, boy, I'm gonna have to teach a common sense class. I'm not even playing. It's like a lot of stuff these people do. It just doesn't make any sense at all. I be trying to work with them too to get some kind of reason. Like it just don't make any sense at all. Like seriously, like why do you want to know when you eager to ask a question? Then when Q&A comes, where everybody at? Right? But this is Proverbs. Oh boy, these people. Proverbs 10 and verse 4. Read that, please.
This Proverbs chapter 10, verse 4. He becometh poor that dealeth with a slack hand, but the hand of diligent maketh rich.
It said, he becometh poor that dealeth with a slack hand, but the hand of the diligent make rich. What do you think it means when it says a slack hand, Kevin J?
That
They said
hand
that
ain't
kind of
doing
hand
nothing.
becomes poor.
That hand
nothing. Ain't doing nothing. I mean, that's a lazy hand. Yep. Let me show you how this reads in another translation. We're just gonna read it in the ERV. Look what it says right here, Proverbs 10 and 4. Lazy hands will make you poor. Hardworking hands will make you rich.
There you go.
And by the way, sisters and brothers, when the Bible says rich, it doesn't necessarily mean like you're a millionaire. It just means you have more than enough. You have plenty. That's what rich means in the Bible in some instances. And that's good too. If you have more than what you need, to me, that's rich. You follow what I'm saying? You are rich. But if you have lazy hands, you're going to be poor. And see, that's the thing about it. A husbandman does not have lazy hands. Does he, Kevin J?
No, sir.
He doesn't have lazy hands. We're supposed to be putting in that work. That's part of being a man. That's what that is. Part of being a man. Sisters, when you're looking for men, look at how hard he works when he does have a job. Does he have a lazy mentality? There's a lot of men that got jobs, but they're lazy still. They don't really want to work. Their attitude, I got to get up and go to this job today. And your son right there looking at him. What kind of attitude you think he's going to have about work?
Same one.
He's going to have that same attitude. That's what y'all need to understand. Let's move on. Still in Proverbs, let's go to chapter 16 and 26. And it's going to start really getting deep, Kevin J. Proverbs 16 and 26.
All right.
See, they don't like to really talk about this stuff. See, they ain't going to tell you this. The average church ain't going to tell you this, that a husband, by definition, means a working man. Before today, how many of you knew that the word husband itself meant working man? How many of y'all knew that today? Before today? That's what it means. A working man. It's literally part of what makes you a man. You're supposed to be provided. And you got these lazy dudes that sit around all day playing Grand Theft Auto and Madden. Or just want to hang out in front of stores, just idling. And y'all make babies with these fools. What you do all day today? Oh, I was just hanging out with, with the boys. Hanging out in front of businesses instead of being about your business. See, I had to see that a lot in the hood growing up. I never could figure that out. At first, I had to think they just do it because, they're drinking liquor. Haven't y'all ever noticed, I'm just talking to black people, why is it that black people in the hood, not all black people, the ones in the hood, why do they like to hang out in front of other people's businesses? They'll go to these stores where the Arabs and the Indians are, and they'll just lauder in front of their business. Those folks, they're working and making money.
Right.
Why you just want to hang out in front of their business? Go be idle somewhere else. What you think you're going to do? Stare them down until they become lazy and worthless like you? They get money. You follow what I'm saying? And the Arabs and the Indians don't seem to mind. Probably makes them feel good. And look at these fools. They're never going to have what I have. That's what they thinking. They come here every day, give me all of their business, and just stand out in front. They can't figure out. That's how they talk. It's not racist if they actually talk like that. It's not. Why is it I can imitate another black man the way he talk? If I came up here and imitated Dave Chappelle or Chris Rock, that's not racist. I'm just copying their mannerisms and their dialect. That's all I'm doing. And y'all know that's how they talk. Broken English. I cannot figure out, Kevin. They come, they buy, they spend, and they just hang out. They don't work. I don't know. I don't know either. That's what they do, though. That's what they do. Y'all know that. I ain't lied yet. I always tell y'all, stop me when I lie. That's what I always say to that, Kevin J. Stop me when I'm lying.
Ain't lied yet.
All I do is tell the truth. That's it. And we know telling the truth get you in trouble. See, when you were growing up, your lies used to get you in trouble. When you become an adult, telling the truth get you in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I go.
Yep.
That's how I go. Right? But what I said, we would go at Proverbs chapter 16, 26.
Yep.
16:26. Okay. When you get there, Kevin J, read, please. And I want you to really pay attention to this.
This is Proverbs 16, verses 26. He that laboreth for himself, for his mouth craveth it of him.
Now it said, he that laboreth for himself, for his mouth craveth it of him. Now, I'm not a particular fan of how this reads in the King James because it can mislead you into thinking that it's saying that when you work, you're just working for yourself, and that make it sound a little selfish. But if you look at this in the Hebrew, it's saying something a little differently. What it's really saying is your work motivates you to get what you want. And I'm going to show y'all that in these other translations, right? And you can also look up this verse and look up what the scholars say about it, and they'll tell you the same thing, right? So let me show you how it reads in the GNB, the Good News Bible. This is Proverbs 16 and 26. All I do is tell them the truth, don't I, Kevin J?
You ain't lied yet.
Now look at this. I like the way this reads in the Good News Bible. This reads closer to what it means in the Hebrew. Look at what it says. A laborer's appetite makes him work harder because he wants to satisfy his hunger. See, what this is saying is the hungrier you are, finish that, Kevin J. The hungrier you are,
The more you eat.
I mean, but yes, the more you eat, but what do you do more to eat
Oh,
more?
you work. You don't work, you don't eat. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
The hungrier you are, the more
But
you
it
work.
says, exactly. That's what they're saying. But is that just talking about food? Let me show you how this reads in the CEV, Contemporary
There we go.
English Version, Proverbs 16 and 26. Look what this says. The hungrier you are, the harder you work. Y'all think that only apply to food?
Oh no.
See, that's how you know who hungry. They work the hardest. That's how you know who the hustler is, who the go-getter is, who the mover is. They putting in that work. They're not all talk. How hungry are you? Show me that. That's what y'all sisters need to be telling these men. How hungry are you? I need to see that. You're doing all this talk about what you're going to do, your dreams. How much work are you actually putting in? See, that's how I know how hungry you are, Kevin J, by how hard you work.
Yes, sir.
Just I can tell how hungry some of these people who come in here are. You're not hungry. You can't even sit here long enough to hear the lesson. You're not hungry. In fact, you're full of it. Think about it. When you're full of it, you're not hungry.
Yep.
Make sense?
Yep.
Why do y'all think? Why do y'all think I can't feed a lot of people coming here? Because they're full of it. That's why you can't feed them. When you're full, you're not hungry. That's why I can't feed them. But the y'all who are hungry, y'all put in the work. How do y'all put in the work? By being patient and listening and taking notes and following along. That's who the people who are hungry. That's how I know who hungry. Somebody coming here, the people who've been sitting here for 2.5 hours, they ain't asking when the class gonna be over. Somebody come here 5 minutes, when class gonna be over.
Right. That kills me.
You ain't even the one that been sitting here 2.5 hours. They ain't even asking that. And you just got here and you're asking when you're not hungry. You're not a husbandman. You're not a go-getter. You're looking for a free meal. You want a shortcut.
Mm-hmm.
That's how when the guy try to tell y'all sisters, man, I'm telling you, man, I want it. I'm hungry. Especially guys that say they want to be rappers. All these guys, how many young men do y'all know say they want to be a rapper? How many? That's the truth. Chat room. No Nautica got some input on this. How many? A lot of them. How many of them do y'all ever see just be in the studio getting it in constantly though? How many of y'all see doing that? They all want to be a rapper. How many of y'all see in the studio like crazy? Always want to be in I don't see too many like that. But you want to be world famous though. You ain't putting in that work. You not. See, we don't want to put in that work. So you got to be working hard at it. That's why a lot of guys come in here and they want to become instant success. How do they do that? Because they want to come after somebody like me who put in the work, and they want to use me to shoot straight to the top by trying to make me look stupid, rather than do what I did when I was their age. I didn't come up off of nobody's name. It's only two names I came up off of: the Most High and my own. That is it. I ain't trying to use nobody to boost myself up. And when I did call somebody out, is because they came at me first.
Praise God.
The only people I really go after is people who just attack the Bible itself. That's when I get like a little more proactive. But other than that, I came up using the Most High and what I teach. That is it. A lot of these young people today, they don't want to put in no work. They want instant gratification. I know what I'll do. I'll go to a place where they already got multiple people listening, and I'll try to make the teacher or the preacher look bad, and then everybody will start following me. They don't want to earn y'all trust and respect like I did. See, I work to get people who come in here on a regular basis to keep coming back on a regular basis. I had to earn y'all respect. I had to work for that. That's why y'all come back. That's why y'all donate, because I earned that. They don't want to earn it.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying? They don't want to be a husband man. They don't want to do that. And that's what I'm trying to teach these young alphas and these young lits to be, lives in training. People always talk about what we need to do for women. The best thing we can do for women is raise them some decent men to marry. Y'all want Brother Josh to do something for y'all women? Josh, what are you doing for the women? Trying to teach some young men how to be decent husbands for y'all one day. That's the most I can do. That's the best I can help every woman on this planet. I just solved 95% of your problems, ladies, if I do that. Because if you're lonely and I raise a guy to be a good husband, that kills the loneliness. If you need help financially, I just solved that problem because he's a husband man and he's going to take care of you and provide for you. If you need somebody, some male guidance, again, I took care of that because he's going to be a leader and he's going to guide you. I need a father for my kids. Check again. That's 95% of your problems I just solved for you, sisters. You're welcome. So if I do 95%, am I not working hard, Kevin J? If I put in 95%,
That's working hard, brother.
it's working real hard. And I'm raising people to be hard workers like me. Raising alphas, because that's what y'all need. That's why a lot of these women out here lost, because they don't have any men guiding them. Your guidance is supposed to transfer from your father to your husband. That's how that goes. A lot of y'all ain't even got that guidance from your father to begin with. And then you go out in these streets and y'all just believe whatever these other women are telling y'all or these Pookies and Ray Rays are telling y'all. Y'all really have no guidance. A lot of us can say this as, you know, the sisters, y'all can say this. If I had actual male guidance, my life would probably be a lot different right now. It probably would be. It just is what it is. So I'm trying to help y'all out. This is what I'm doing for women. I'm trying to help y'all find good husbands and raise good husbands for the future women. Every young lion in here that's listening to me, if they take these lessons to heart and actually apply them, I just help you find a good husband. That's what I did. So don't be getting mad at me if I'm telling them what to do and he doing it right. Because a lot of y'all don't want good husbands. Y'all don't want a husband man. You say you do, but you don't. Because a husband man is the head of the household. That's what it said when we looked it up. He's the leader. He's the worker. He's the provider. You're the helper. That means when he come to you, your whole attitude is supposed to be, what can I do to make this easier for you? Because help makes things easier. If I'm trying to move a couch upstairs and Kevin J is walking by and he helps me, then that make me move the couch easier?
Yep.
So when women approach men, a husband man, you're supposed to come to him trying to sell him on how you can make my life easier. That's what help does. That's the very definition of help, making something easier. So if you come in with more kids, that's making things harder. So to offset that, I mean, you got to do extra to make up for that. Otherwise, you're a bad helper. You're not helping me. You're hindering me. You're holding me back. That's what it means to be a stepfather. That means taking on extra responsibility. Nothing wrong with that. But if I'm gonna do that, you have to offset that. Otherwise, you're not helping me. You're just a liability. You're just another bill.
Hmm.
That's all you are. You're just another bill. How'd you feel, Kevin J, if your power company calls you one day and said, we're gonna add an extra $50 a month onto your bill, regardless of how much energy you use? How would you feel about that? How would any of y'all feel about that? If any
Man,
utility you use, your cell phone, they just called you one day and said, we're going to add on an extra $50 a month for no reason at all,
I'd be looking for a competitor somewhere. Time for me to go if I
right?
could.
You're gonna drop them.
Right.
This is how these women come to you today. They coming with for every child I see an extra bill. So that's extra money I got to pay. That's an extra bill. Okay, cool. I pay them extra bills. Well, what do I get in return from you? Because your kids can't do nothing for me. What are you gonna do about that?
Mm.
What are you gonna do? Well, I'm just gonna do what any other woman with no kids would do. Nope, sorry, no deal. You just a bill. That's all you are at this point. You just extra money. Well, I give you companionship. I can get that from another woman with no kids. I can cook for you. Same. I'm trying to help y'all sisters who got the kids to oversell yourself. That's what you got to do. That's how men look at it. I want y'all to win. But if you have this attitude, well, my children shouldn't matter. Well, then you don't matter. That's how you're supposed to be. That's how you win. That's how you get what you want. And you can't get mad because you got to do extra because you brought the extra on yourself. He ain't asking you to raise his kids. You're asking him to raise your kids. So that's your load. So as a man, and I said this in a session I had yesterday, you either lighten the load or increase the help. That's what you get. That's how we look at it. As men, when we're out here, we're looking for a wife. We're looking for a wife that's going to either lighten our load or increase the help. That's what they're supposed to be. Increase the help means she's an extra person and she provides more help. Lighten the load means she takes some of the responsibility off of me and make it easier for me. But if a woman comes with kids and she has nothing else to offer you that a woman without kids can offer, then guess what? You're just increasing my burden. You're just making me have to work harder. What man would sign up for that? And a lot of men today are waking up to that kind of thinking. And a lot of modern women are getting pissed because they don't want to be better versions of themselves. I'm trying to tell y'all how to do it. So yes, if you are a single mother and you want a decent man, now you can get any man you want. It ain't hard to do for any woman, children or not. But if you want a decent man, if you want a husband man, you're going to have to work extra hard. You have to oversell yourself. Otherwise, Pookie and Ray Ray is always hiring. They always hiring. Let's move on. Let's go to C-Rock or Ecclesiasticus. I want y'all to read this one. I be trying to tell them, don't I, Kevin J?
Every time.
Trying to tell them. I want y'all to win. Like I said, I ain't knocking stepfathers. I was a stepfather and I was raised by a stepfather. I ain't gonna be in here. I mean, and I think a lot of y'all can agree that as far as at least as a teacher, Brother Josh turned out all right. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
At least as a teacher, y'all got to give me that. And that's all the product of being raised by a stepfather. I even got my stepfather's last name. He signed my birth certificate.
Mm.
You follow what I'm saying? So, I ain't knocking no stepfathers like that. That'll be me knocking myself.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying? So I'm just telling y'all that if you're going to do it, that woman better be special. And if you are a single mother and you want a husband man, then you got to sell yourself on why you're better than any chick out here with no kids. And yes, it can be done. Y'all got to be like, whatever she'll do, I'll do it better. He let you smash 2 times a day, you get it from me 4 times. That's how y'all got to be out here. Because you want this man to take care of you, your kids, all of that. This ain't just for you. You follow what I'm saying? This ain't just for you. Y'all think a woman out there who's a prostitute, who's doing it to feed her kids, you think she out there negotiating prices like she in a position of leverage? You follow what I'm saying? And the man knows it. The man knows he's desperate, like she really need the money. He gonna like, go find another girl around the corner. She'll do it for 15. You got to know your situation. You got to know when you got leverage and when you don't. And a lot of y'all ain't got no leverage, and you think you do. You got to be smart. It's called leverage because leverage means you're not level. See, if I got leverage, that means what? That's how it goes. You got leverage, that's how it goes. That's why it's called leverage. But when nobody has leverage, we're level. We're on an even level field.
Right.
And y'all have zero leverage and y'all be out here trying to bargain. And then y'all wonder why you end up old and alone. Because you don't realize you have no leverage. So I'm trying to teach you how to level the playing field. Just because you're coming in a deficit, don't mean you can't level the playing field, sisters. I'm trying to show you how to level the playing field. And if you're not willing to understand that you're in a deficit, which means you got to work harder, and you keep the attitude, no, me having kids don't matter, and you're going to end up old and alone. Or you're going to end up with another Pookie or Ray Ray. That's how you win. That's what you got to do. If you want that husbandman. And that man is very valuable. Y'all finna see Rock, chapter 7, verse 15.
See Rock 7.
When you get there, 7 and verse 15. That's in the Apocrypha, by the way, y'all. Also known as Ecclesiasticus. This one verse, Rock 7. Let me get here with you. And verse 15. And this is about as plain as you can get it. If you can carry Kevin J, please do. 7 and 15. Go ahead and read that, bro.
This is Rock 7, verse 15.
Mm-hmm.
Hate not laborers' work, neither husbandry, which the Most High hath ordained.
Look what it said. Hate not laborers' work, neither, there go that word again, husbandry, which the Most High have what?
Ordained.
What does ordained mean, Kevin J? What do you think ordained means? If God ordained something, what that mean?
He put it out there. I want to say control.
Yes, he put it out there.
Yeah, his word.
He set that up.
Right.
He set that up. He put that in play. Right? But when did he ordain it, Kevin J?
From the very beginning.
From the very beginning, when he created man from ground, and ground means husbandry. It can also mean husbandry. It said you're supposed to hate that. Because if you hate that, it's like you're not even a man.
Yep.
It said don't hate it. If you hate it, that means you don't want to work. And a lot of these guys out here, they hate that laborer's work. They hate that hard work. It said don't hate that because the Lord ordained that. You're supposed to like being a provider. That makes you feel like a man. You come home with them groceries. You come home with that paycheck. You pay them bills. You pay that car note. They're supposed to make you feel like a man.
Right.
They're supposed to make you feel like a man more than just finish smashing your wife. Because anybody can do that. Any man can, have some sex. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to get a stiffy when that check clear. That what you supposed to feel. Oh, I just paid the mortgage.
Check clear.
I need a cigarette. I'm just playing because you're supposed to be smoking, but y'all know what I mean. Then you really supposed to get off when you pay that mortgage. You know what I'm saying? You just provide it. Y'all know I'm just being silly, but y'all know what I mean. You follow what I'm saying? Y'all know what I mean. And that comes from that hard work. You follow what I'm saying? When you see your children gather around that table and they eating from the food that you worked and earned and put on that table, that is supposed to make you feel proud of being a man. That's why a man feels devastated when he sees his children hungry and can't feed them. He feels he's failed as a man, as a provider. Y'all young lions, y'all got these little fast food jobs or whatever, don't care. When you get that check, look at that check with pride. Like, yo, a man went to work and earned this. I'm earning a paycheck. That means you a man. You start paying bills around the house as a young man, you are a man. Even before you hit 18, you a man. Y'all understand? You a man. You can have the most sassy child in the world, and you be like, if you want to start having a say so, you need to start paying some bills. He start paying some bills, shoot, you might be able to make some decisions around here, young lion. Shoot, you bought groceries this morning. Yeah, you might, you know what? Let's hear out your plan. You putting food on the table. You just paid part of this mortgage. You got some say, you got some authority now. You got some rank. That's how it's supposed to go. So young lions, y'all get it. That's why you want to get out there. You want to get a job. You want to be working. You want to let these young sisters see, yo, I'm on the grind. I'm making moves. I'm working hard because I love to eat and I want more. That's what I'm doing. I am a husband man. Somebody said early in the chat, it sounds like a superhero husband man. That's who I am. I'm a husband man. No, they just say about Superman, Kevin J, faster than a speeding bullet, more power than a locomotive. With me,
Right.
able to work 8 to 12 hours a day. You know what I mean?
I like that
That's
one.
what y'all want, sisters. That's what y'all want, sisters. Y'all want to be looking for that husband man. That's that hard work, that's that go-getter. No matter what he doing, he giving it his all. I don't care if he flipping burgers, fixing a car. It don't matter. If he can provide doing that. Matter of fact, let's get to this job part right quick. Let's go to C-Rock, still in C-Rock, chapter 38. We got 3 more after that. Yep.
38.
This is where I come in at, by the way, y'all. This is how I play into y'all lives. But it's still mostly about y'all. We're going to start at verse 24. We're going to read 24 to 34, or in other words, 24 all the way to the end of the chapter.
Gotcha.
What this world has done to y'all is made y'all think that the husband man has no value,
Right.
that he's worthless. That's why you got all these mixed up genders and all of that stuff. All these feminists, we don't need no man. And all of that crap. I'm going to do a class on that. They don't want the husband man. Right? But this is C-Rock, also known as Ecclesiasticus, chapter 38, 24 to 34. When you get there, read, please. Like I said, this is where I come in at a little bit. Go ahead.
This is Sirach chapter 38, verses 24. The wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure. He that hath little business shall become wise.
Now, look what this is saying. I want y'all to pay attention to this. It said, the wisdom of a learned man, that means like a man that's educated, cometh by opportunity of leisure. Leisure means free time. So it's telling you that the reason why a learned man can get a lot of wisdom is because he has a lot of free time. And it says, and he that have little business shall become wise. That means the person that don't have that much work to do, he shall become wise. What this verse is talking about is the intellectuals versus the laborers. You know, the
Mm.
people who have to work with their hands, right? The way it goes is, see, a lot of y'all thinking, oh, I want to know what Josh know and be able to do what he do. And that's cool. And you can. But the average person can't because you don't have that much free time because you're too busy trying to make a freaking living.
Right.
You're working too hard. You can't do what I do. That's why the Lord had priests and preachers. We pick up the slack. That's why the Levites didn't have to have
Work.
jobs.
Right. Preach.
Their job was to be taking care of the sacrifice and minister to the people.
Right.
Y'all don't have that leisure like that. If you did, then you be able to do what I do.
Mm-hmm.
But I was able to do it even with 2 jobs. But you know, I'm the exception to the rule. I'm not the rule. Y'all understand? I'm not the rule. I'm just the exception. There's a difference, right? But now keep reading. Watch what else it tells you.
25. How can
You
he
also
get
might want to
with
zoom in, Kevin J. You also might want to zoom it in a little bit more for the people. I can
to the
see
one?
on my phone, but you want to zoom it in if you know how to, so you can see that a little better.
See if I can boost that up. Okay. Okay. 1 second. How's that?
There you go. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Good. My bad. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that's good. Keep reading. Watch what else it says.
Verse 25. How can he get wisdom that holdeth the plow, and that glorified in the goad, that driveth the ox, and is occupied in their labors, and whose talk is of bullocks?
What it said. How can he get wisdom that holdeth the plow, and that glorieth in the gold? These are plowing tools. That
Mm-hmm.
driveth oxen and is occupied in their labors, and whose talk is of bullocks. Like you talk about like animals and stuff, because that's what you're working with. How you gonna get that wisdom, like, you know, from the Lord? See, this is where I come in at. This is why I work for y'all. Because y'all men have to go out and y'all have to work and earn a living. You don't have the leisure to do this stuff like I do it. And a lot of y'all be banging y'all heads up. I want to be like Josh. I want to be able to know this word. And that's cool. I'm not telling y'all not to try to do what I do. But I'm telling you, if you're a hardworking man, which God told you to be, if you don't got that leisure, you're never going to be able to do what I do. Not the average person. Do y'all understand that? You're just never. That's why y'all pay me. That's why they paid the priest. That's how God had it set up. You can't do what the priests do. You can't do their job and hold down the 9 to 5. And the more y'all take care of the priests, the more leisure time they have to do
Right.
more. But this is the reason why. But I'm not telling y'all this because anything got anything to do with me, because I was able to do it. I'm different. I'm not bragging on myself or anything. Y'all don't ask me plenty of times, Josh, how do you do this? I came up with a technique to be able to get stuff real quick, because if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to give you no different class every week like this.
Right.
Too busy working. Some of y'all got wives, kids, working 8, 12 hours a day. You got to do all that overtime and then turn around and put a class together every week and do counseling sessions and make videos. You can't do all of that and deal with any stuff your wife is struggling with or any problems your kids are dealing with. All that is part of being a man. That's where I come in at. That's where y'all supposed to be able to relax and be like, man, I can't study it, but that's why I'm glad I got Josh, because he picks up the slack I can't, not because I lack the inability, I lack the ability to do it, and because I simply don't have the time. That's what it means. If a lot of us just had instant free time, yeah, you be able to do what I do to the extent that I do it, or understand the stuff that I understand. But the average person can't do that. I'm sorry, but don't feel bad. That's why you got me. right? You can't ask your wife to do it for you because she's too busy being your helpmeet. So what do you do if you doing all this work and you want that wisdom? That's when you find somebody like me. I'm not the only person that's available. I'm just saying that's what we're for. But we got this mindset today, and I like the way Kelvin does break this down, right? We got this mindset today where everybody's supposed to be evangelists. Everybody's supposed to be teachers. Everybody's supposed to be preachers. That's the mindset we got. That's impossible for so many reasons. Now, does that mean you don't try to get any studying in on your own? Of course not. But if you are a husband man and you have a wife and kids, you can't expect to just do that and be a preacher or a teacher or full-time at the same. You can't. But you shouldn't feel bad about that either. That's why God got priests and pastors and prophets and all that stuff in play. That's where they come in at. That's why y'all need them. That's just the truth. And if you got a good one or you think you got a good one, then you need to be happy because now I don't have to worry about all of that. I got somebody who can worry about that's what he's for. That's my job. You don't worry about if your plumbing is working. That's the water company and stuff. And if the sun go out, you call the plumber and you go to work. You got electrical problems, you call the electrician. You don't worry about that. You let them do that because that's what they're for. So you can have your mind on that. But imagine if there were no plumbers or electricians and your plumbing backed up or you didn't have no power in your house. You wouldn't be able to go to work with a clear and be able to focus. You'll be worried about the problems at your house.
Right.
It's the same thing with spiritual stuff too. You don't have the time. Not because you can't learn it, it's because you're too busy being a husbandman. That's what God ordained you to be. But he also ordained other people from among the husbandman to do a different kind of work that frees them up to get the wisdom so they can teach it to y'all. That's my job. I work to do that, and then I give it to all of y'all so you wouldn't have to spend all week trying to figure it out yourself and trying to hold down a job at the same time, Kevin J. And dealing with a wife and dealing with kids and just any problems that just come with being a man. This is what this is telling you. You just don't have the time. You're too busy breaking your back. Kevin J, you ever got home so tired before that the first thing you want to do is just go to sleep?
Man, plenty of days, brother. Plenty of
How you
days.
gonna put together a lesson? How you gonna put together a lesson if that's happening to you every day?
Oh, I don't know how you do it. I'd be asleep. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how you do it. That's just me.
Thank God for it. I know it's all
Being
God.
honest.
I'm just saying the average person can't do that though.
Right, I'm out.
Right. They can't. That's why I do it. That's how God always had to set up. I don't want y'all to be worried about what did it mean. What are we going to talk about this Saturday? I have no idea what we're even going to talk about. I don't know what we're going to deal with. No, go on to work. I got this. This is my job. That doesn't mean don't study at all. That doesn't mean don't try to fact check anything I'm saying. That means you worry about being a husbandman. Let me worry about this.
All praises.
That's how that's supposed to be. That's why I said this is where I come in at. But there's a lot more in this, though. There's a lot more in this. It ain't just that. But go ahead and read.
26.
Verse 26. Mm-hmm.
He giveth his mind to make furrows, and is diligent to give the kind fodder.
See, his mind is focused on his work. That's what the husbandman's mind is focused on, his work. He doesn't have that leisure, that free time to get in this book and learn this stuff like that. But watch what else it says he does. Go ahead.
27. So every carpenter and workmaster that laboreth night and day, and they that cut and grave seals, and are diligent to make great variety, and give themselves to counterfeit imagery, and watch to finish a work.
And counterfeit imagery right here doesn't mean idols. It's just talking about like if you're making statues or something. Counterfeit just means a copy of something. It's not talking about idols. It's just talking about men who work in general. They're different jobs. Right? Is it and give them to count? Look at all these jobs named. So every carpenter and workmaster that labor of night and day, and they that cut and grave seals and are diligent to make great variety and give themselves to counterfeit imagery and watch to finish a work. Continue.
28. The smith also sitting by the anvil and considering the ironwork, and the vapor of the fire wasteth his flesh, and he fighteth with the heat of the furnace. The noise of the hammer and the anvil is ever in his ears, and his eyes look still upon the pattern of the thing that he maketh. He sets his mind to finish his work and to watches to polish it perfectly.
Now it's talking about how hard a blacksmith worked. Right?
Mhm.
Y'all seen the movie where the blacksmith be banging and making a sword or something? Y'all don't seen these medieval movies and stuff. Y'all know about that. That's what that's talking about. Some hard work, ain't it, Kevin J?
Oh yeah,
Right? It's about all the hard work that people doing. Now, these are all what we would call today blue collar jobs,
blue collar workers.
right? How can I say that? Watch how this factors in. Go ahead and read.
29. So doeth the potter sitting at his work and turning the wheel about with his feet, who is always carefully set at his work and maketh all his work by number.
So it's talking about somebody who works with pottery. That means making pots, like clay pots and stuff like that. All of this is in the context of the different kind of jobs people work that doesn't give them leisure time to get wisdom. These people are exhausted. And there are jobs today that are just as hard. You're exhausted. You ain't thinking about trying to open up no scripture and put together no lesson or try to figure out a particular topic when you're working hard like that.
Right.
You're a husbandman. You ain't got time to do it. This is what this is telling you. You got to have free time to do that. Keep reading, please.
30. He fashioneth the clay with his arm and boweth down his strength before his feet. He applieth himself to lead it over, and he is diligent to make clean the furnace.
It give you the whole step of how they had to do pottery back then. You know, they got to put it in the oven and they got to
Right.
clean it afterwards. It's a lot of work. What else we got here? Go ahead.
31. All these trusted their hands, and every one is wise in his work.
It said all of these trust to their hands. That mean they rely on their hands
Right.
to feed them. That's what this is saying. But remember, all of this is because they don't have that time to get their wisdom. And it's going to start comparing different kinds of jobs, the white collar jobs and the blue collar jobs. And I'm showing this to y'all also to point out how a lot of these sisters, when they're looking for that husband man, they don't value that husband man who's working with his hands, who rely on his hands. They want somebody who's like a professor or a lawyer, a doctor, even though a lot of doctors have to work with their hands, but not in the sense of how a blue collar does.
Right.
But this is going to tell you that these people are just as important. And a lot of y'all sisters, y'all pass up these husband men because you don't think they're worth anything. When that's exactly the kind of man the Bible glorifies. It glorifies them more than it glorifies guys like me. Don't y'all know that? The Bible glorifies y'all more than it glorifies like the guy that does the wisdom and stuff for y'all. They get more respect on their name. The world got it reversed today. It looks down on the hardworking man today. Now, sisters, no, girl, he got to be a lawyer. He got to be a doctor. He got to be making six figures. All of these jobs back then, just like they are now, were average jobs. They were enough to provide for a man and his family, though.
Mm-hmm.
And they look down on that today. Don't you do that. A husband man is all of this stuff and any equivalent of today. Keep reading, though.
32. Without these cannot a city be inhabited, and they shall not dwell where they will, nor go up and down.
It said, yet without these cannot a city be inhabited, and they shall not dwell where they will nor go up and down. Well, this is saying without these different kinds of workers, these blue collars, the one that rely on their hands, it says a city cannot be inhabited, meaning you can't even have a city. That's true today. Without
Yep.
plumbers, and electricians and welders and carpenters. You can't even have a city. Do y'all see that? It's telling you how important these people are. They don't necessarily have the wisdom of the priests and the pastors, but without them, you can't even have a city.
Mm.
In other words, put respect on these people's names. Like I said, I've done both. I'm an electrician, hands. I'm a pastor, mind. But I will never look down on the working man because I've been there with y'all and am there with y'all. That's why I get pissed when I see these sisters looking down on them like they're not good enough.
Mm.
You wouldn't even have a city without them. You wouldn't even be able to brush your teeth. Put some respect on your man name. Don't be ashamed of your man. What your man do for a living? You electrician. Huh? You electrician. What? He's an electrician. What you ashamed of? That's a hard-working man. He's a plumber. What you ashamed of? That's a hard-working man.
Those good jobs, by the way, in my opinion.
He's a good job, but they tell him to look down on him today.
Crazy.
That's why I be listening to these podcasts. All these young girls, I want a six-figure man. But they don't even give them a second look. And then all these high-value men, like, intellectuals and stuff who making all that money, they are in low supply. They make up like less than 5% of all men.
Exactly.
So your chances of getting that kind of man is low. So what do? You sit there and you wait for that dream guy to come, that dream husband, and you pass by all these husband men who are hard workers and glorified by God Himself. Somebody who's glorified by God Himself is not good enough for a lot of you sisters. And that's why God punished y'all by making y'all die old and alone.
Mm.
And it's going to tell you that. Not that part, but about how valuable they are. Continue, please.
33. They shall not be sought for the public council, nor sit high in the congregation. They shall not sit on the judge's seat, nor understand the sentence of judgment. They cannot declare justice and judgment, and they shall not be found where the parables are spoken.
What it's saying about these regular blue-collar, hard-working husbandmen. It says, they shall not be sought for in the public council. Nobody going to be calling on these people to get their opinions on public council. They ain't going to sit in the high congregation. That means sit in high positions where the intellectuals sit. They shall not sit on the judgment seat. They're not judges. How much money judges make? They make six figures, right? Nor understand the sentence of judgment. They don't even understand like the sentence of judgment. They don't even really understand the complexities of law. They cannot declare justice and judgment because they don't understand it. And they shall not be found where parables are spoken. Parables mean deep, dark sayings. Stuff like, in other words, figuring out deep stuff in the Bible, like some of the stuff I be showing y'all. The average hard-working husbandman is not going to be doing this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But read verse 34.
But they will maintain the state of the world, and all their desire is in the work of their craft.
It said, yet they will maintain the what? State of the world. These people literally make the world go round.
Yeah.
They don't know all the stuff that the priests and the pastors know. All this deep stuff. But they said they're going to maintain the world. Maintain the world means keep the world going.
Mm-hmm.
That's a husband man right there. And that ain't good enough for a lot of these sisters. I'm maintaining the world. Yeah, you may never see me having an intellectual debate. You'll never see me on a pulpit or teaching a lesson like Josh or putting together some deep stuff, but I go to work and I contribute. I keep this world going. That working man need to get all that respect because he is doing exactly what God created him to do. That's why husband, man. In fact, that's what you're supposed to be looking for before an intellectual. That's what you're really supposed to be looking for first. Y'all up here looking, oh, I want to get that special guy who's a judge and all of this. Yo, these guys keep the world running. They putting in that work. What's more important than somebody who's maintaining the freaking world? Tell me, please. Back in the day, they put respect on the husbandman's name. Today, over here in the West, especially in America, blue-collar workers are looked down upon. It was backwards back in the day. It was the reverse. That's a husbandman. But he don't got that leisure, Kevin J. That's the reason why he can't study to be a judge or be a lawyer or go to medical school, because he ain't got that leisure. He too busy trying to supply for his family and provide for his family. He too busy doing that. So how's he going to have time to get wisdom? That's where your boy come in at. That's where your boy come in at. So that's why y'all keep going to work and y'all keep providing for y'all family, and y'all let me worry about the wisdom that you would be able to do yourself if you weren't too busy being a husbandman. Y'all see how that go? Everybody wins. You ain't got to worry about it. That's how it is. Everybody, no, I got to figure this out for myself. I'm supposed to be out there spreading the gospel and trying to bring that ain't your job. No. How you gonna do that and hold down a job and kids? How you gonna do that? If you're really putting in that work, you might be able to do it every now and then, but you can't really do that for a living. Right? If you got a job that drains you. So I hope y'all understand that. Let's move on. 1 Thessalonians. We got 2 more after that. Looking down on that man because he's not a doctor or a lawyer or some CEO of a corporate company or something. What's wrong with y'all? You got a husbandman. That's the best man you can get. That man works hard. He knows what it really means to be a man. There's some people in these high positions, they don't know the meaning of the word work. Some people just inherited stuff from their parents anyway. You follow what I'm saying? But you ain't gonna miss out on this wisdom because that's y'all got me and other people like me. Y'all ain't gonna miss out on this wisdom. So y'all ain't had to be like, man, I'm missing out though. I ain't learning this Bible like I want to, man. I'll be too tired, man. Come to class. You're supposed to be resting from work on the Sabbath day anyway. So this way you get all the stuff you make up for. Because I'm telling y'all right now, no matter how much you study during the week, you ain't going to study as much as what you're going to get in the class, not on average. So I'm still giving you more than what you would do if you could have the leisure time. So I'm making up for that and some. We're making up for it together. That's a beautiful arrangement right there.
Yes, sir.
I have no worry about that. Right? Look at Brother Jeff right now. Brother Jeff is sick, right? But he ain't worried about if it's gonna be a class or not without him. He got that peace of mind because that's where Brother Josh comes in at. He ain't like, oh, I'm sick. Ain't gonna be no class. What do I do? No, they ain't for him to worry about. That's my job. So I'm gonna tell you that this in the New Testament, this is the gospel. 1 Thessalonians 2, 9 and 10. Let me get up with you. When you get there, read, please, Kevin J.
This is first. Let me get it up here. It's a little delay. Okay, here we go. First Thessalonians 2, verses 9. Can y'all hear me? I think I went out.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I thought I went out for a second. Okay, this is 1 Thessalonians 2 and 9. For ye remember, brethren, our labor and travail, for laboring night and day, because we would not be chargeable unto any of you. We preach unto you the gospel of God.
Now, this is Paul talking to the Thessalonians about how him and his companions brought the gospel to them. He said, for ye remember, brethren, our labor and travail, laboring night and day. And he don't just mean labor in the gospel. He mean actually putting in actual physical work. Why? He says, because we would not be chargeable unto any of you. Chargeable here means a burden. He said, we weren't going to be a burden to you. right? Unto any of you, we preach unto you the gospel of God. Read verse 10, please.
10. Ye are witnesses, and God also, how holy and justly and unblameably we behave ourselves among you that believe.
Notice that Paul is associating working hard with being what? Holy,
Holy.
just, and blameless. Did y'all notice that? Because that's part of being a man.
Mm.
Y'all see that? Let's go. Same first deal in First Thessalonians. Go to chapter 4
Chapter 4.
and read verse 1, and then we're gonna skip.
This is First Thessalonians. Can y'all see? Let me make sure I got it. Okay, here we
Yep.
go. Okay, First Thessalonians 4 and 1. Furthermore,
Mm-hmm.
then we beseech you, brethren, and exhort you by the Lord Jesus, that as ye have received of us how ye ought to walk and to please God, so ye will abound more and more.
He said, furthermore, then we beseech you, brethren, and exhort you by the Lord Jesus, meaning we're doing this in the name of Jesus,
In the name of Jesus.
that as ye have received of us how ye ought to walk and to please God, in other words, we showed you how to walk and how to please God, right? So you would abound more and more. So that you will abound, that means you will become greater and greater, right? Watch what he says here, though, Kevin J. Skip down and read verses 11 and 12.
This is First Thessalonians 4 and 11. And that
And
ye
what,
study.
before you read that, and notice he said, for furthermore, that we beseech you, brethren. Who is he talking to specifically?
Christians.
But who, what gender?
Oh, this is to males. I got you. I'm sorry.
To males. Because sisters was in the congregation. He addressed them too. He said, brethren, right? But now read, skip down and read that.
It's First Thessalonians 4 and 11. And that ye study to be quiet and to do your own business and to work with your own hands as we commanded you.
Now look what he said. That you study to be quiet, that means be peaceful. And do your own business, that means mind your own business. Because if you're minding your own business, you're not being idle. Right? And to work with your own hands as we suggested to you. Did it say that?
Yes, it said. No, he said, as we told
No,
you.
not as
As
we
we
know. Read it.
commanded
Read
you.
the as
As
we
we
commanded
commanded
you.
you.
As Christians, that's what a man is commanded to do. Work with your own hands and mind your business and try to be at peace with other people. That's a commandment. That's a commandment. Don't y'all understand that? That's not a suggestion. How could Paul put that in as a commandment of the gospel? Because husband means working man. Man by itself means working man.
Mm.
Let's go to the last one. Second Thessalonians,
Did you want to read
chapter 3.
12 or I don't think we read 12
Oh, did
yet.
I have 12 in there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, read 12. I had that in there. That you may do what?
That ye may walk honestly toward them that are without, and that ye may have lack of nothing.
That you may walk honestly towards them that are without, right? And that ye may have lack of nothing. Notice he's associating that with being honest again.
Mm-hmm.
And that you may have lack of nothing. See, when you work with your own hands, like we've been reading in Proverbs, you won't lack because you're out there earning it. You're a go-getter. Paul was a go-getter, y'all.
Yep.
Paul was
Hustler.
a hard worker. He was a hustler. Now let's go to the last one. Second Thessalonians chapter 3, 7 to 10. Husband means working man. Y'all better know it, sisters. And y'all better put some respect on that working man. Oh, he just a plumber, girl. You need to try to get you somebody making 6 figures. And you sit there waiting for that 6-figure man, and he never materializes.
Never show
And
up.
then you wake up, never show up, and you wake up one day old and alone.
Mm.
Because God sent you that husbandman 3, 4 times 10 years ago. And each time he wasn't good enough. And now that you don't hit that wall, you know, where the menopause come in at, you can't have any more kids, or if you never had them, whatever. Now you're old. Now you want to get out there and try to find a husband.
Right.
I see it happen to a lot of women, especially our sisters. I see it happen a lot of them. Because you didn't want that husband, man. He wasn't good enough for you. Somebody glorified and ordained by God, not good enough for you.
Mm.
You deserve to be alone. That's how I look at it. I don't pity that. Something that God created and glorified, that's not good enough for you. You deserve to be by yourself. You deserve to die alone. I do not pity you. I pity that it had to end up like that, but I don't pity you specifically. You chose that. Like I said, I don't pity willing victims. I just don't. Read, please. 2 Thessalonians 3, 7-10.
This is 2 Thessalonians 3, verses 7. For yourselves know how ye ought to follow us, for we behave not ourselves disorderly among you.
Notice that Paul is using himself and his companions in the gospel as the standard,
Right.
right? But continue.
Neither did we eat any man's bread for naught, but wrought with labor and travail night and day, that we might not be chargeable to any of you.
He said, neither did we eat any man's bread, which means food, for nothing. We didn't get any free meals. That's what he's
Right.
saying. But
Yep.
we wrought, which means worked, with labor and travail night and day, that we might not be chargeable or a burden to any of you. This is what the mindset was. He didn't want no handout.
Mm.
The other people preaching the gospel, they didn't want no handout. They wanted to put in work. They said, we did not eat for free. We worked hard. We earned every meal we got from y'all. Y'all cannot say, oh no, just freeloaded. They're just some loafers. They're just good for nothing. They're just worthless. No, we worked. Read the next part, please.
9. Not because we have not power, but to make ourselves an example unto you to follow us.
What did he mean when he said not because we have not power? If you go and read 1 Corinthians 9-6, Paul was saying that a person that preached the gospel has the power to stop working, physical work, labor, and live off of the people if he chooses to. So he said, we didn't do it this way because we don't have the authority to stop if we want to. We did it to be a living example to show you how y'all supposed to be.
Mm.
Read the next one.
10. For even when we were with you, this we commanded you, that if any would not work, neither should he eat. Don't work,
He
you don't
said,
eat.
for even when we were with you, this we commanded you. This is the commandment from the gospel. That if any would not work, neither should he eat. If a man refuses to work, the commandment is of the gospel, he shouldn't even be fed.
Mm.
He shouldn't be fed. Your man don't want to work, sisters, right? The commandment say he shouldn't even eat. He can eat on his own. I ain't fit to cook for you. You don't work, you don't eat. That's a commandment. When you got these brothers don't want to work, but they want to eat. They got it. They appetite working. That's a commandment. Y'all know what that means? Do y'all really know the implication of that? Not just in the household, but always addressing the church. That means the church didn't feed bums. A bum meaning they don't want to work. That's the commandment. A lot of people who are homeless right now, they're homeless because they don't want to work. But we feed them anyway. The commandments say they don't work, they don't eat. Now, of course, you ain't got the time to see a homeless person ask this whole situation. Y'all know that. But you got to wonder how somebody who's able-bodied, I'm not talking about the handicapped ones, but you got to wonder how somebody who's able-bodied and can get out in that traffic and move around real good, asking for money, can you put that same energy into a freaking job? But he want to eat though. I got a policy. If I see the same person on the same block and he's not handicapped and he don't like he out of his mind, and I pass you like 4 or 5 times a day, I ain't giving you no more money. You don't need to eat. You don't want to work, you don't need to eat. So, sisters and brothers, I have shown you that husband means working man. So when y'all sisters are out there looking for a husband, y'all need to make sure that's a working man, a go-getter. That don't mean he trying to be a millionaire or something. It just means he's working his hardest. And young lions and old lions and middle-aged lions, y'all need to understand this is what it means to be a husband. Because if you are not a working man, then you definitely don't need to be a husband, and you are most definitely not a man. We'll be back after these brief announcements. Okay, y'all. Woo, man, there was a little bit long, but we don't went past 8:30 before. We don't went past 8:30 before. Now, everybody who's in the chat saying we're in the class gonna be over, please raise your hands now so we can already have you on deck. Let's see how many of them are still around. Now let's get to the announcements. First of all, we'd like to thank all of you for coming out today. As many of you know, we do this every Saturday. We have class every Saturday, every Sabbath. We go on Clubhouse first at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I try to play some nice gospel music for y'all for about 30 minutes. And then the actual class starts here on Discord and Clubhouse and YouTube at around 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If anybody is interested in making a donation, if you just feel blessed by what you're hearing and would like to show some support, you can do so one of two ways. And my mods will be posting this information in the chat. The first way you can donate is through PayPal using our email address, which is absolutebibletruth4eva@yahoo.com. That's absolute Bible truth, the number 4, EVA@yahoo.com. You don't spell out the word 4, you actually type the numerical digit 4. So it's absolute Bible truth forever@yahoo.com. And of course, the other way you can donate is through Cashapp. That's how most people donate. Using the Cashapp tag, which is money sign, capital ABTM, lowercase s. And again, that's money sign, capital ABTM, lowercase s. And if anybody is wondering, that simply stands for Absolute Bible Truth Ministries. Now, we're going to go to the Q&A, and amazingly enough, it's only 3 people, and it's the same people who I know. Do y'all see what I'm talking about? All in the chat. When glad gonna be over? When it's over yet? It's over yet? Then when I do the Q&A, my regulars are the only people with their hands up. I mean, Kevin J, help me understand. Why are they so eager for the class to be over if they don't want to contribute anything afterwards?
We've seen this
Help me
time and
understand that,
time
Kevin J.
again. It's frustrating, but you know.
I'm just saying, I just want to know. Like they just like, when's the class gonna be over? Like, do you forget? Did you forget what you're gonna ask by the time the class is over? I mean, it is. But y'all know how we do. Before I go to the people in the audience, I go to my people on stage first, my reader first specifically. Kevin J, is there anything you like to add to today's class?
Bro, I can't add anything that you did put in. Of course, I looked at the title. I'm like, I don't know where we're gonna go. But no, man, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, you spoke to so many things. I'm first of all, I am a stepfather, and it chimed with me personally because I am a stepfather, I am a husband, and I had to you touched on a lot of things that men go through when we are making
Mhm.
a heartfelt decision on our mate, which I did myself. And then on top of that, you kept it really balanced. Like I thought this was gonna be a class where the men we was gonna take some L's. We took some L's, but it was very balanced because the way you laid this out, and it also goes back to the beginning where Adam said, "Hey, you are bone of flesh of my flesh." It was a balanced account on both sides. Even though we see men in the title, you went back to the beginning and said, "Hey, look, you both got some work to do here. This is what you men need to be doing, but sisters, this is what you should be looking for." And also, I like to start that you put on the vetting process, what that is, and you gave our ABT women something to look at in terms of vetting. What are you looking for, young ladies? Like, and I like that because now what you have done is you started some construction in their mental process of what they should be doing. This is very important coming from a man. I thought that was great because you're a man, but you are a down to earth teacher where you've been through enough things. Also, keep this in mind that you're able to preach on these things. See, I like having a pastor who who could admit his shortcomings, but also have had the life experience. You also spoke on that as well. Common sense, a lot of times, comes from experience, whether it's from the street. Most of the time, that's where it's from. But that's how you become and get into your shoes and say, okay, I'm gonna teach this particular audience something. But how can you teach us something if you haven't experienced anything? See, we have a pastor who's not claiming to be an angel, like super angel, and you've been great all your life. No, you're old enough to where you've experienced things, and you're able to break certain things down. You're also able to put the experience in a class and mix that with what you're gonna get out. So we got a lot of things in these texts alone to guide us and say, okay, this is what he meant. This is how we should look at this. And not only that, when you start to look at it like intellectually, you went to the Sirach. Sirach and the Apocrypha always have these banger verses that I always love. But I like how you say, hey, also in this class, which I wasn't expecting, hey, we have a group of people that, hey, don't be like down on yourself because you can't work 8, 9, 10 hours and come together and come and teach somebody the gospel. I work too. I also have like a little small class. It's only like 3 people every week that I help share the word with. But I can't do that on the like you do. I miss days, or even with that, I have to push out days. You never miss a Shabbat. You're here every single time. So I like how you made that effort to say, hey, don't look down on yourself because you work hard and you can't maybe do things like you do. You are a given individual that does that. That's what we have you for, and that's why we give our when we give offering to you. This is why, because we know you're going above, you're going that extra step. You're not just working. You're not just you're literally a hands-on worker, but you're also a hands-on teacher. So praise God. I'm so glad that we got you. And we're just blessed, man. And
Praise
I
God.
hope that the ABT family can echo that. And I'm sure that they do. But I digress.
Praise God. Praise God. I feel blessed by y'all too. And my newfound people who we met through Gideon. And speaking of which, Gideon, is there anything you like to add before I go to the audience? If you're available. Yes, you do. Maybe too much. Praise God, praise God. And I can attest to that. He's one of the hardest working men in the business. You know, Gideon even inspired me to get out of some of my slick laziness, which I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do more, right? I haven't forgot about the book. Y'all, I don't know if y'all ever had tried to get a book published before, but it takes a little while. But I promise y'all, when y'all read it, y'all will learn some stuff from it. It's a neutral book, so it don't matter if you're a Catholic or a Protestant or whatever. It's something that you can apply, even if you're Muslim. It's something